Hello everyone, my name is Sabrina Lieberman and I'm your Angeles Region Head. And I'd like to formally welcome you to the second Angeles Region One Day of the year, our Spring One Day. We are actually the only regional Spring One Day, which is kind of cool. So our theme for the day is rhetoric versus reality facing the facts. So you'll be discussing how the media portrays politics, how politics portray the media, and also how we as consumers can take in all of this information. And we also have a special treat because we are in spring, which is our election forum. So we know that the media and social networking plays a larger role not only in the adult political world, but also in our own in JSA. So you'll be learning a bit how to be able to carefully scrutinize the campaigns here and some of the candidates this afternoon. So thank you so much for joining us, and I'd like to introduce Sam Bordy, who will be introducing our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Snortland is a lawyer, teacher, media coach, and first-time author book coach. She is a regular opinion columnist for the Pasadena Weekly and Huffington Post blogger. She tours the world with her husband, Ken Gruberman, presenting a memoir play, Now That She's Gone. Ellen has been a speaker, journalist, and delegate for major United States world conferences, the Women's Conference in Beijing, 1995, and Conference Against Racism in South Africa, 2001, and the Commission on the Status of Women in New York City. An instructor and on the board of 501c3 Impact Personal Safety of Los Angeles, Snortland is the author of Beauty by Beast, Awakening the Warrior Within Women and Girls, and How Come book about women's personal safety featured on Dateline NBC. She's currently directing a documentary based on her book. Ellen is co-author of The Safety Godmothers, along with fellow self-defense expert Lisa Gator. Ellen's recent TED by Pasadena talk explores her mission to empower people through self-defense. Please welcome Ellen Snortland.
Somebody left their gavel. All right. So, my last name is Snortland. Phonetically, that's spelled land. So that kind of gives you a clue about why I would get involved with self-defense, right? Because I was harassed for having a last name like that, okay? And I am still friends with my third grade teacher who, one day, I was crying in my classroom and she sent me to the principal's office. And you know, when you get sent to the principal's office, your heart is like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And the principal just had a nice little chat with me. And while I was in the principal's office, she gave the rest of the kids a big lecture about making fun of me, and they never made fun of me again. Which is like, now I'm still friends with my third grade teacher. You can imagine how ancient she is, but she's a friend of mine on Facebook, and she told me that story when I saw her last summer. But one of the most recent developments in ending violence and bullying, which bullying is a form of violence. If you're a child and you're experiencing harassment or consistent haranguing on a playground, it's pretty violent for that child because it makes it terrible to go to school. So one of the most recent innovations in stopping violence is the role of the bystander, or the role of the people who are witnessing it. So that's where some of the thinking is going, is that, okay, what do you do when you witness something? Because people who witness crimes also have a big adrenaline surge. So I read your bylaws and rules about etiquette for speakers, and including not talking to other people and texting and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to step right up on that and say it's really annoying to watch people text while you're giving a speech. So I'm just going to lay that in there and,
someday you're going to be in front of people speaking, and you're going to want people to actually pay attention too. So the other thing I see when I look out at you is I go, okay, I'm going to be voting for some of these people. So one of the things that I jumped at about speaking today is that I consider this body of people people of influence, because someday you're going to be in Congress, someday you're going to be in the Senate, someday you're going to be governors, someday you're going to be people who actually make a difference. And you're already doing that now, but I mean, I'm talking on a big national and international level. So I jumped at this chance because I probably won't be around, but you're going to carry on the tradition of democracy, which is to have a literate media, to have literate media consumers, because in the literate consumer body makes really bad decisions. And, you know, if you dumb down the citizenry, you can pretty much get away with a lot of stuff, right? And media is one of my specialties. I was a faculty member at Cal State LA. I was a professor in the communications and media department. So there's a lot that needs to happen with the media. And I'm very excited about social networks because that's one way to bypass big money and to get your word out there as a form of citizen activism. So, all right. I always thought I should take a self-defense class. That sounded like a good idea, but it wasn't very important to me. But if you notice, the media is full of stories of violence. Our entertainment is full of violence. Entertaining for whom, I'm not quite sure, but the main thing that I got out of entertainment was that women were helpless and men were predators, which, when you think about what one of our major exports is around the world, is that we export a lot of action movies. Why? Because you don't have to do a lot of translation to have action be understood, right? So comedies don't do so well overseas. Action movies do very well overseas because you don't have to have a lot of abstraction, or, you know, a big explosion is a big explosion no matter what language you speak. So I was in the People's Republic of China way before you were all born, and I was in an indigenous area, and nobody spoke even Mandarin. They all spoke indigenous language. The one English word they knew was, what do you think it might have been?
Hello.
What?
Hello.
Nope.
Good.
Hollywood. Pretty impressive. And Coca-Cola. Two major exports of American culture. So what we do in a lot of ways is we export ideas about minorities, and we export ideas about gender. And up until 10 years ago or so, usually women didn't fare very well when there was violence against them in entertainment. And you pretty much had this meme that it's like the woman screams, "Ah!" and there's a blackout, and she falls, and that's it. She doesn't defend herself. She doesn't do anything to get herself out. And so if you look at some of the action scenes, you see men going at each other, bam, 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 and they keep going. And that's dehumanizing to men, because what you're depicting are robots and cyborgs, not flesh and blood human beings. And as far as I know, all the men I know are very much flesh and blood human beings. So anyway, it's a very skewed notion about gender that gets passed on in action films. Okay, so anyway, so I always thought, well, you know, it'd be a really good idea to take a self-defense class, but it was not a priority, and it was at the bottom of a very, very long list. And yeah, it's like, until yeah. Yes?
Did you ever break the hip-hop chains?
I did. So self-defense is like, okay, so I came from South Dakota. Who's heard of South Dakota? All right. That's where I grew up, and that's where people are, even the criminals are nice there. And so, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to mug you. And then they mug you, and you go, oh, I'm sorry, I was such a problem. And it's over. But self-defense was not available, and we just didn't even really think about it. Then I moved to Los Angeles, and then that was when I thought, okay, that might be a good idea. But I didn't do anything about it until what? Yes, I did not get mugged. However, my husband and I came home at midnight, and he noticed that we had a break-in at our big old house close to downtown Los Angeles, 3 blocks east of MacArthur Park, which at the time was a haven for the criminally insane that had been deported from Cuba. And I went to Loyola Law School, which was 7 blocks from there, and I worked at a law clinic for heroin junkies, and I thought, well, I should live close to where I work. So we come in, and my husband notices that there's been a break-in. There's a brick on the ground. This is not TV. I can see you guys carrying on a really long conversation here. It's very weird. It's very strange. This is a two-way thing, right? So what does he do? He's the man, right? So he goes in to the house. It's midnight, 3 blocks east of MacArthur Park, in this ginormous house, and he tells me to stay in the car because he was raised to be a gentleman and to protect women, and I was raised to be a lady and to be protected. So I sat there in the car waiting for, I don't know what. About 2 minutes later, I went, what? I just let my sweet husband go into a big, dark house at midnight, 3 blocks east of MacArthur Park? Really? So, what was he going to do once he got in there? He had never had any kind of training in self-defense. He didn't know anything. All he knew was high school wrestling. Now, was he going to wrestle a robber or something? No. So I follow him, and as I'm about ready to cross the threshold, a man in a ski mask is coming up the basement stairs, and he holds up a knife, and he's ready to plunge it into my heart, my neck, I don't know. But I froze, and all the cliches kicked in. Time froze. I had a knife like this aimed at me, and a little voice in my head says, do something, do it fast. And I screamed so loudly, the man dropped his knife, grabbed his ears, and ran like hell. Seriously. But now, here's the thing. That's the only thing I'd ever seen a woman do in the movies, was scream. I had never seen anything else, so that's what I knew to do. And as you noticed, when the police came and said, well, what did the guy look like? I said, well, I know what the ski mask looked like, but if you go to all the emergency rooms and you look for a man with bleeding ears, you'll find the suspect, because it was really loud. Well, my husband was in another part of the house, and he didn't know whether he was going to find me dead or alive. So he came down and he found me I had slumped to the ground. I was sitting there, I was fine, but I was so angry. And I was experiencing an adrenaline surge, which, how many of you have experienced adrenaline? I actually like adrenaline. I like roller coasters, I like, fast cars, I like all that kind of stuff, but when it's been done, you have an adrenaline surge, when somebody else is, victimizing you, you get sick to your stomach. That's why you freeze. That's why you can't think properly. Your body is preparing you for fight or flight and freeze. Freeze is actually a self-protective mechanism. It's what has a deer stop completely still to assess whether to go that way, or that way. Or I've actually seen, I heard about a deer killing a little dog. So deers can be predators too when they're backed into a corner. But I was sitting there and I was like going, oh my God, I can't believe this, I can't believe this, I can't believe this, I can't segment producer for a talk show, and I went in the next day and I said, do you know how to defend yourself? 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 And without exception, all the women said, God, no. Are you kidding? And all the men said, yeah. Now, I don't know if that was true or not, but there's a very strong cultural taboo against a man saying he doesn't know how to defend himself. Because he's supposed to, even though nobody's taught him. The women have been raised to believe that there's going to be a man around to protect her. There's call the cops. When I started researching my book, Beauty Bites Beast, the women said, well, I live in a nice neighborhood. Oh, really? Well, where do you think people go when they want to rob a house? Do they go to nice neighborhoods or do they go to poor neighborhoods to break in? Well, both. There's an illusion that there's security completely based on where you live. Not true. That my dog would protect me, that my brother, my father, my husband. And I'm like going, wow, that is really strange. And I just got obsessed with what is up with that? What is up with that? And I thought, okay, so is that true in the animal kingdom? Do the females delegate hunting, self-defense, all that kind of stuff to the males? I don't think so. So I searched for a book that would explain to me why the women had such a deficit in their understanding of violence and how to interact with it. And I couldn't find anything. I found how-to books. I found books about, what to do and, different techniques and different kinds of moves and everything, but I didn't find what I have now started to call a how-come book. How come is that so? And how come you think that's true? How come you think, what do you think off the top of your head? Why do you think women are raised to think that they can't defend themselves? If you've already done something, don't answer. Yeah?
The idea that men should be chivalrous.
Right. Excellent. What else? The idea that men should be chivalrous and not attack women. That's made a big difference, hasn't it? The nice men aren't going to attack you anyway, and the nice men are chivalrous. Right? Yes?
Does it not derive from tribal times when the men would be hunting and the woman would stay back, either be gathering from berry bushes and caring for their child at the same time?
Well, we don't know. We don't know because prehistory means pre-writing it down.
Yeah.
But if the men were gone and the women were protecting the village, do you think they would say, oh, marauder, please wait till my husband gets home? I don't think so. I don't think so. It doesn't bode well for the survival of the species if people get wiped out. But we don't know. It's all speculation, right? So that's a very good piece of the speculation. What else? Women. Young women, what do you have to say about it? Weigh in here. Raise your hands. Dare to be wrong. Hold on one second. I want two young women. Just what are your ideas about it? Nothing. Okay, well that's interesting. That's part of a larger study, too. Yes! Yay! Periwinkle. Socialization and stereotyping, precisely. So, have you shown the graphic about? I'm kind of off speech here. Have you shown the graphic with the damsel in distress? Okay. All right. So, this young man in chivalry and the social stereotyping is right on. And so, too, the customs. Really, what you're talking about is customs and mores that the young man in the blue tie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all those things are woven into a tapestry of women not knowing how or thinking they even should, and actually feeling insulted if somebody suggests that maybe they should learn how to defend themselves until something scary happens, and then it's all out the window because we kind of maintain this aura of denial that women shouldn't be attacked, and if they are attacked, there's nothing they can do. Yes?
Also, I think how more recently, people think now about taking classes to defend yourself and living on your own, but before, like, feminist movements and stuff like that, women were more objects without a lot of rights and stuff, so.
Excellent. The status as chattel. Exactly right. In order to defend oneself, one must consider oneself a self. And when you're a possession, you're exactly right. In fact, rape used to be a crime against the father, not against the daughter, because you damaged his possession, and then it makes it harder for the woman to marry. So, exactly right. So you can see that there are lots of different threads going into a pretty complicated scenario of why violence against women is so enmeshed, and enmeshed in our entertainment. The meme of men coming in and saving not only the woman, but other men is a very, very large meme, and it puts a very big burden on men, and it puts a big burden on women too. So one of my things that I really, really want to do is I want to change the balance here. Let's see. Okay, so one would think it would be a lot easier to introduce the idea of self-defense, because to me, it's completely logical. And so it's not. It's not logical to a lot of different listeners in a lot of different places that I've spoken. There is a huge movement, even within the women's movement, that, well, if you teach women self-defense, it means it's their fault. And it's illogical, because it's like, well, you're saying it's the victim's fault that they didn't know self-defense. It's like, what? No, not at all. That would be like telling somebody who came close to drowning that, you know, it's their fault that they didn't have swimming lessons. It's like, it's just crazy. And there's a lot of safety that is legislated. So giving you some historical perspective of this is that when I was growing up, we didn't have any safety features in cars at all. Nothing. We didn't have seat belts. We didn't have padded dashes. We didn't have padded steering wheels. And Ralph Nader, who's heard of Ralph Nader here? Okay. There's a lot of opinions about Ralph Nader, but nobody can deny the impact he had on saving people from dying in car accidents. Okay? He was a champion of safety features in cars. And before Ralph Nader, Dad would throw us in the car, and we would slide around on those bench seats like little tiny peas in a very, very loose pod. I mean, he'd take a corner, and we'd all go, and it was, I can remember that like it was yesterday. And when my dad got the news that he was going to have to, by state legislation, get a car or retrofit for safety seatbelts, he was offended. He was offended. I don't want to have to wear a seatbelt. I like to drive without a seatbelt. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, really, dude? I mean, the thing is that they could prove that people's lives were saved from seatbelts. And he'd say, well, what if you get trapped in the car with a seatbelt? Well, there are a few occasions where that happened, but the primary research that came out is that if you had a seatbelt, if you had a padded dashboard, you know, it would save lives, or at least reduce the risk, okay? So there's a lot of safety that has become so commonplace that you can't even imagine people running around in cars without safety features. I mean, it just is absurd. Now we have airbags, we have all sorts of stuff, and traffic deaths and injuries have gone down a lot. Also, way before, about the turn of the last century, people started realizing that food could kill you if it wasn't prepared properly, and food could spread disease. So I started thinking about, okay, so we have this body of what I call physical literacy, okay? So physical literacy is knowing how to keep yourself safe physically. You're physically literate if you know that you need to wash your hands, wash down the counter if you've been cutting up things with bacteria. You know, it's just common sense to us, but it wasn't always common sense. And now there's legislation about it, okay? So how many of you here know how to read? Everybody. Okay, but if we did that 100 years ago, I bet you that a lot of your grandparents and great-grandparents wouldn't have been able to raise their hands. Or, like my own grandfather couldn't read and write in English, he could read and write in Norwegian. Okay, so literacy is on a continuum. And if a society makes something important enough, they'll make sure that everybody gets to do that, whatever that thing is. Reading, as a society, we value. So we make sure that almost 100% of the people can read, okay, because that's a strong, important part of democracy. It's not true that everybody can read and write in developing countries, because it has not been made a priority, and it has not been valued. So how many of you here know what to do in case somebody attacks you? Okay, so it's not 100% by any means. It is maybe 10%. All right, so I happen to be with a 501c3, Impact Personal Safety, that we're teaching in like 6 or 7 private schools in LA County. How many of here have taken a self-defense class in your school? Raise your hands. And you're from Marlboro, you're from Marlboro. Have you taken it?
No, I'm taking next year.
You are? Okay. So, the collateral benefits of learning self-defense are beyond knowing that an eye strike is a really smart move. Why do you think an eye strike would be a very smart move? Yes? Disorienting and very painful, yes.
They can't see you, they can't really attack you.
They can't see you, they can't attack you. What does every predator need? Eyes. Eyes. And you know what? Mother Nature is so smart. If I were to throw something at you, yes, what would you do? Hands up. You probably catch it. If you didn't catch it, if you saw it out of the corner of your eye, you would still, without thought, without anything even volitional, you would protect your face, right? Because we value our eyesight. So, but he flinched. Thank you. We have a demonstration right there. But he flinched. He did flinch. Okay? So the drive to protect your eyes is very, very important. Okay? So if I found myself close to a drowning accident because I didn't know how to swim, I'd say, you know what? I think it's time to learn how to swim. What would I do? Take swimming lessons. Would I read a book about swimming? No, because reading a book about swimming doesn't make any difference, does it? It might give me some ideas about what to wear or what to think about or what my concerns would be, right? But no, I would actually go get a pool and find a way to experience swimming. Same thing goes for self-defense. You can talk well, I'm a little ambivalent about this because I've talked about self-defense on the radio and I've gotten emails saying, thank you, you saved my life, I listened to you on the radio, and I'm going, how did that happen? Well, I happen to say during a program that if you kick somebody's knee out, it only takes about 15 pounds of force. It's not brawn, it's brain, knowing that you can kick a knee out and they're not going to follow you. So, sure enough, a woman listened to me on the radio. The next day, she was in a laundromat. This guy jumped her. She was on the ground. She kicked his knee out and got away. Because the power of ideas is very, very, very powerful. And she had never thought about the vulnerability of knees ever, but all she had to do was hear about it on the radio, and she was able to do it and save her life. He was a wanted rapist and murderer. So I have this experience of actually making a difference in saving lives, talking about what I talk about. So anyway, I would say that getting into a self-defense class, especially for your age, you are in prime shape. It would make a difference for the rest of your life. It would make it a priority. And start pressuring your schools. Start making sure that you have that piece in phys ed, because it is literally physical literacy. Knowing what to do if somebody gets out of control with you is not just a kind of a, like a whimsical thing. Okay, statistics are for women that 1 in 3 women are assaulted. Okay, 1 in 5 men are assaulted. But these statistics are a little, I don't really trust them because we don't always count things and people don't always report. Physical violence is one of those things that a lot of people don't report, so we really don't know. Okay, I'm going to show you something. I start teaching kids self-defense when they're 5 and a half, 6 years old. And parents are very concerned that, oh, I don't want to scare my kid. Well, when I teach kids that from 6 to 11, one of the first questions I ask them is, how many of you know that there are mean people? And they all raise their hands. Just because they're short doesn't mean they're stupid. I mean, as soon as you're interacting with groups of kids, you know, if you're not the mean one yourself, that there are other mean kids. You just know, right? So you're not really protecting kids from anything that they don't already know. And if the advice that you give kids about bullies or predators on the playground is ignore them, do you know what? Those kids already thought of that. They already tried to ignore them. If they're telling you, by that time, ignoring has not worked. Because kids want to work it out. They want to figure it out themselves. They've already ignored the kid. So don't ever tell a little kid to ignore them. Okay? Promise? Please don't do that. It just makes them feel bad for telling you in the first place. So I'm going to show you something because parents are concerned that, oh, I don't want my child being rude. I don't want them beating people up. And it's like, self-defense isn't necessarily all black and white. It's either, take it or beat the, stuffing out of somebody. There are middle approaches, and I'm going to show you one. And you can take how many of you have small siblings or nieces and nephews, short people that are around you? You can take this home to them. Okay. So Ken, my sweet husband, is going to play Uncle Ken, and I'm going to play Little Ellen, and just use the magic if. And let's say I love Uncle Ken, and he's not weird, and there's nothing creepy about him except he doesn't respect my boundaries, okay? And I do love him, but he pinches my cheeks, and I've complained about it. And so when I go a little further away, so I'm happy that he's here. I love my Uncle Ken, but it's with mixed emotions that I see him and greet him for the first time he's coming to visit. Hi, Uncle Ken.
Oh, there's my little Ellen. Oh, look at you, you're cute.
So, I've complained about that to my parents, and they say, oh, Uncle Ken is Uncle Ken, and Uncle Ken loves you, and he's not always going to be around, and just put up with it. What does that tell little Ellen? Put up with it till they die. Just hope he dies sooner. No, see, that's funny. And the thing is that she's ambivalent because she loves Uncle Ken, right? So dying is not something that occurs to her necessarily. Yes? No one cares, it's not that important. Yeah? Yes, you. I'm sorry, I can't read your name tag. Yeah.
It also could send a message saying put up with other things later that may be more harmful than pinching cheeks.
Yes.
Sending a message in the brain to be idle about it.
Brilliant. So getting to your point that children are chattel, and they have to basically put up with whatever the older possessors want to do. So they don't have the message that you get to say who touches you, when, and how. Especially little girls get the message that Uncle Ken's feelings are more important than yours. So later on, when you're on a date that's gone bad, what's been laid in as a message is that his feelings are more important than yours. If you can't set a boundary with somebody you love, you know, the closest thing we get to rehearsal in life is childhood. Seriously. And it's not rehearsal to the child. They're experiencing life right then, right now. They are full human beings in a younger phase, but they need to know how to set boundaries. And sometimes we raise boys with more respect for their boundaries than we do girls. If a boy says, oh, I don't want you to hug me, a lot of times the older relatives will say, you know, he's kind of gotten to that age where he doesn't like it. So they'll have a little boy's back a lot of times. But that's not always true with little boys. Little boys get sexually abused too. So one of the most important things we can do is to teach kids how to set boundaries. Okay, so I'm not going to send Uncle Ken to the hospital, but I have taken a kids class in self-defense. And, you know, I was talking about that middle ground. That's not, you know, sending somebody to the hospital, or that's not completely putting up with it. This is what I've learned in the kids' self-defense class.
Hi, Uncle Ken.
Hey, there's Ellen.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. So I didn't heel palm him or eye strike him or kick him in the groin. What did I do? I intervened on my own behalf. I saw those hands coming toward my cheek, and I grabbed them and I gave them back to him, which is polite. He didn't feel dissed, and it's a midway solution to a baffling problem for some families. They don't know how to keep hands off and be respectful at the same time. Okay? So any comments about that? Okay. All right, let me go on. All right, so I'm going to show you a clip of the Dateline NBC piece they did on my work, which is one of the reasons your parents didn't know what to tell you about defense is that they didn't know what to tell you because their parents never told them and their parents before them never told them. So it's nobody's fault. That's the thing about education, is that you bring light to currently unknown things. That's the whole purpose of education, and that's the whole purpose of the literacy drive. So I'm doing a physical literacy drive. All right, so I'm going to show you the Dateline NBC clip, and then we'll talk about it a little bit after that.
These little ladies are learning some unladylike things. How to stop, hit, kick, and kick hard. No, it's not judo or karate. No! These 5 to 12-year-olds are taking a weekend class called Impact Personal Safety. Or it could be called Street Fighting 101. For companies that teach these classes at schools or in private lessons in 14 states, the demand is growing every year.
I want a promise from each of you that you'll only do this if you're in danger.
The instructors are padded from head to toe, so the girls practice hitting full force. For many, it's the first time they've ever hit anyone.
Kick him in the groin.
It may seem radical, even unnatural, but the program's basic idea is this. The best way to prevent violence against women and girls is to teach them from a young age how to say no. And how to back it up.
And get ready.
If they have to. 9-year-old Allison's parents signed her up for this one-day class after she was roughed up at school by a boy.
One day he put his hands around her neck and he choked her.
He choked her?
He choked her.
It was the last straw. In a year of bullying, Allison's parents couldn't find a way to stop.
Why do we use that?
They had told her to try reasoning with the boy or ignoring him.
Did you feel like you failed? I kind of felt like I gave her the wrong answers. All the tools I gave her didn't work.
No! No!
Today, Allison is being taught another option.
You lift your whole body and the palms right on the foot.
So if the bully tries to choke her again, she can use her feet or her elbow to stop him cold.
Ellen,
basically sugar and spice and everything nice.
I would like to include your spice rack.
Forward, as if you're reaching for a door, and then you're pulling. And you're out.
In these classes, girls and boys are taught to fight side by side. The boys seem eager to learn. I see the boys see that a girl can do this. The children's preconceived ideas of each other quickly unravel. The girls see the boys are not invincible. The boys find out the girls don't have to be pushovers. Look at dogs, Snortland says. All the puppies, male and female, defend themselves. All dogs, male and female, are equally fierce and command the same respect. But is it realistic to believe a small girl can beat up a bigger boy or a man? Maybe not, but the object here is not to win a fight, but to learn to break a grip and run for help.
I didn't expect to see him that aggressive.
I was amazed the way how she could hit so strong.
It all seems to work pretty well in the safety of a class with controlled, staged attacks. But they believe a little less sugar and a bit more spice might be just the recipe for a safer world.
Proponents of these programs say when girls learn self-defense, their self-esteem goes up, and as a result, they're less likely to be singled out as victims. For more information, you can log on to our website at msnbc.com.
Any comments?
I got really excited when I saw the economic growth and I realized it was like
Oh, sorry about that. Any comments? Yes.
I'm scared of little kids now.
Good. You know, fear is a form of respect. So, any comments? You know, I'm a little confused about what the time frame is of this speech because we started about 10:15. So, okay, good, because I wasn't sure where we were with this. Okay. So, all right, I just want you to think about a few things. One is that what happens if you're walking down the sidewalk and you encounter a growling, snapping, rabid dog? What do you do? What do you do? Kick him in the face. I heard over here. What else? Yes. Get to high ground. What else? Yes. Try to make yourself look really big. I've heard that for bears. I'm not sure about rabid dogs, but okay. So, what else? What else? What else? Yes. Say no. Say no. Protect your throat. Okay. Do you say, is this a rabid dog or is that whipped cream on his face? That's our dog. With whipped cream on his face. He's like, my mommy's crazy. I like it though. No, but I'll tell you something. Not one of you is saying, oh, is that a boy dog or is that a girl dog? Did you? Not one of you. Because it's not relevant. It is not relevant. So perhaps this whole women are defenseless is a conversation that is shaped more by mores, by old notions, and one of the pillars of actually gender equality, and I mean that for men and women, is that we might rethink people's right to defend themselves. So I'm speaking to you as future legislators, and I would love to see a bunch of you introduce bills to require that physical self-defense be part of the normal physical education curriculum. Okay? So I'm counting on you to do that because we really need it. So I'm going to wrap up with questions. So come up with some good ones and ask, please. When are you going to stop talking? Okay, yes, right here.
Is there anything currently being done to implement self-defense like physical education that you know?
Well, yes and no. The California state legislature about 12 years ago required dance and combat skills to be included in a phys ed unit during high school, but people just ignore it. And when programs are cut, a lot of times physical ed things get cut, so I have never seen it really implemented, but you have the foundation in California to actually have physical education include combat skills. Back here.
Do you support having people carry their own self-defense weapons, or would you disagree with that concept?
I support people knowing their elbow and their eyes and their knees and their legs are the weapons they have with them all the time. I see it time and time again. Well, I bought my daughter a pepper spray, and what happens is 2 weeks, they're pretty aware of where that pepper spray is on their body or in their purse. After about 2 weeks and the novelty is worn off, it's like, you're not going to say, oh, Mr. Perpetrator, you know what, I know my pepper spray is somewhere here in my bag, and it's just, it's not, as far as I'm concerned, practical, and you always have your body with you, and to know what to do with your body, is it going to work every single time? No, nothing works 100% of the time, but if it works 80% of the time, wouldn't you like those odds? I would. Yes?
Plus, it's easier for a person who's attacking you to take your weapon used against you than it is for them to take your arm against you. Exactly. And a well-placed elbow in the face is a knockout. That is a knockout. Yes. The woman in the back.
Yes. So when I was younger, my parents.
Can you speak a little louder?
Okay. So when I was younger, my parents enrolled me in a program called Escape School. I don't know if you've heard of it.
No.
It was basically a child's defense class, and I'm very thankful at the time now that I'm an adult that I have those skills. But at the time, it was kind of a little bit emotionally jarring. So while I do agree it's a valid skill and every child should have that, how do you suggest we go about dealing with the subsequent emotional repercussions?
I love that question. Thank you. So we teach traffic safety skills to kids as soon as they can tell the difference between red, yellow, green. We teach them to look both ways. We teach them to hold our hand when we cross the street. We don't freak them out or get all emotional about it. And a child that looks at a bus versus them, they know the bus is going to win. You don't have to say, oh, and if you get hit by a bus, you're going to have your brains splattered all over the street, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you don't have to go there. But every family I know gives basic traffic safety skills. That's how I feel about self-defense. So one of the first things we do with parents is we say, okay, let's normalize this and ask your child what happens when they pick up a kitty or a puppy or a cat or a dog that doesn't want to be picked up. I have not met many kids who don't know what that's like. And I ask them to describe what the cat or dog does when they don't want to be picked up. They wiggle, they scratch, they bark, they yell, they scream, and they do everything they can to get away, and then run and hide. This is exactly a child's right to know those things. And if you think of examples in nature, it makes it a lot less scary. A little nest of baby birds, they have to be the most vulnerable beings I can think of, don't even have feathers. They can kick up such a racket when there's a predator around to let the mom know that there's something wrong. So kids have everything. They've got noise they can make a scene. The whole thing about children should be seen and not heard, hogwash. We need to teach kids how to make a scene. Excuse me. So I love your question. Did that answer it? It makes it less emotional if you put it into the animal kingdom. Yeah. Yes?
What's the cost associated with teaching millions of kids combat skills in a year?
I have no idea. I've never done an analysis. But it's a good one, and it should be done, but I can't even tell you. But I'll tell you, if we had that be a credit,
Like that one.
But not on the taxpayer's dollar.
Yeah.
Of how the filibuster really came about. So in 1789, when the first Senate rules package was adopted, there was a thing called a motion to proceed, or motion to previous question, like we have here at JSC. And then in 1806, we just simply got rid of the motion to previous question at Aaron Burr's request. What a brilliant person. And so that led to the development of the filibuster, because there was no way to cut off debate. But it was just a hypothetical option. And the first filibuster ever used in U.S. history was in 1837. And it was actually quite rare. It was only used like once or twice per legislative session. And then in 1917, at Wilson's request, we developed the motion to cloture to actually formally cut off debate for a filibuster. And that was set at 66 votes. And then to get the Civil Rights Act passed, Democrats lowered that to 60 votes. And that's where we have our modern filibuster. And so right now, to give you some numbers on what this filibuster has done to this country and why it needs to be overhauled, is it simply just prevents the Senate from really doing anything. Because the Senate, in order to really get anything done nowadays, you need 60 votes to block a filibuster, because the minority party can filibuster anything, from judicial nominees to agency nominees to bills. And so the numbers on this are, in 2010, there were 103 federal judicial vacancies because Republicans filibustered every single one of those nominees. And it was actually, they weren't even on the floor to filibuster it. They simply just said, we are going to filibuster that, and they didn't say anything about it. There was no particular reason why, they just did it. So now in 2012, we have around 133 open seats on our courts, and that's actually slowing down our justice system. And the second thing is that in more recent years, it's escalated to a point where per legislative session, there is like no less than 200 motions to end a filibuster, and yet only a handful of those will actually go through. And the ones that do go through are for bills that pertain to renaming post offices and stuff of the like. And so, why do I want it to be overhauled? Because I think that the Senate should actually do something and should be a functioning body. Because right now, it's simply a body where nothing gets done. I mean, the House of Representatives, it's very easy for them to pass legislation. It's just a majority vote. But in the Senate, the minority party can just hold up literally this entire country just because they have a small problem with that. And it's very hard to obtain these 60 votes. Because in the past 40 years, there's only been 4 months where one party has held 60 seats. So it's not something that actually reoccurs that often. And so what do I think the new filibuster should be? Well, I think that you should actually be on the floor of the US Senate and actually debating and saying something worthwhile. Because if you truly want to delay the vote, it's got to be for a good reason. And right now, it's the Republicans simply delaying the vote because they don't want a vote to happen. And the will of the people, they have elected a Democrat majority to the Senate now for 8 years. And that's the will of the people, and I think that we ought to respect that and let the Senate actually pass legislation that the people want to see get passed. There's a reason why the Senate only recently broke their 4-year streak without passing a budget. And quite frankly, it should be one of those things where every year they should be able to have a budget vote, and there shouldn't be this big hoopla over it where you need 60 votes, or the impossible 60 votes to obtain. And the second thing is that right now, we have anonymous filibusters. So you don't even know which senator could be filibustering those judicial nominees, and you don't know which one you need to please in order to let a vote happen. And so that needs to be changed. And with that, I yield my remaining time to questions.
Yes. So when there is a filibuster, by what percentage is that filibuster once again overturned with a 3 out of 5 majority?
The percentage of that happening?
Yeah, like after a filibuster, the law still passes.
Well, yeah, I mean, like it still happens, but to issue, like, because the way it works is to end the filibuster, you need to get a petition for a motion to cloture, then the motion to cloture needs to be read out loud, and then you need to vote on the motion to cloture, and that takes 60 votes. And as I said, that only happened a handful of times in the last legislative session, and that was only to rename post offices.
Are there any more questions? Seeing that there are no more questions, the chair absorbs the remaining time. The chair will now recognize John Alvarez for a 6-minute opponency speech.
Hi, my name is John Ablugadis, and I am speaking against overhauling the filibuster. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what is the filibuster? If you're not completely up to speed, like we've established, it's during the Senate, let me start that over. It's when in the Senate there's going to be a vote on a bill, and one of the senators says, I believe we need to discuss this more. What happens during a filibuster is we have unlimited time to discuss the bill. And because so many bills are very extensive, and many bills are possibly hundreds of pages long, it's going to take more than just a few hours to go over this bill. So they'll go into filibuster and they'll go over every single aspect of the bill, debate it, and try to come to some agreements. It also is a form of checks and balances. When we have one party in the majority, if they are just able to keep on voting and passing all the legislation they want without even there being a hint of discussion, then that is a tyrannical majority party completely running the country when possibly almost half of the other senators were elected from the other side. That's nearly 50% of the country who voted not having their say even considered. Now, of course, the filibuster can be abused, And as we've established, it has been abused by the Republicans, and quite outrageously so. The Republicans have said that they are going to filibuster President Obama's nominees before he has even named who the nominee is. Now, of course, that is wrong and they should not be doing that. But why should we completely mess up the filibuster when it's not the filibuster that's fault, but it's the senators? If a senator is constantly filibustering bills for no reason at all and simply to slow down the legislative process, then don't vote him in. You are the voters. The people have all the power. If they simply do not vote in a senator who they know and has a history of pulling this type of crap in the middle of Senate hearings, then we wouldn't have this problem. There are a lot of instances where there is a legitimate use of the filibuster. Just a few weeks ago, we saw Senator Rand Paul stand up and filibuster the CIA nomination of John Brennan. He did so because Emperor Obama had decided that he can kill any U.S. citizen, even if they're on U.S. soil, without a trial. Now that was established in the Magna Carta, that you can't even do that. That you have to uphold the law of the land. If the person hasn't committed a crime, hasn't been held up, you can't just kill them. Now, when the most basic right of having a fair trial and not just being slaughtered by the decision of a tyrannical leader is being threatened, then of course you need to be able to have this ability for the senators to stand up and say, we need to talk about this. We cannot just let our leaders pass this legislation through without extensively discussing what's going on. Not only did Rand Paul's filibuster bring light to this huge issue of drones, it also got people excited about the Republican Party again. And it got young people excited about the Republican Party. I know my Facebook was blowing up. Now, when was the last time anyone, let alone young people, were excited about Republicans? We're going back to Abraham Lincoln for people to be excited about Republicans. Now, if a filibuster can not only bring light to major issues and also potentially completely reboot a party into a new era, then I see no reason for us to eliminate it. I yield my time to questions.
Sam.
Does the speaker believe we are in a democracy that is run by the majority?
I believe we are in a democracy that is run by the majority, but we have to be able to take the minority's opinion and actually consider it. Because at one point, the majority did not believe that black people should have free rights. They believed in slavery. But obviously, we allowed for them to speak, we allowed for them to share their opinions, and now we have come to the agreement that no, slavery is wrong. Just like the issue with Rand Paul. We have come to the agreement that no, drones are wrong. It's still in development, but I think most Americans would agree that they don't want to have them being killed in cafes.
Yes.
Earlier you stated that we don't need to elect senators that are known for doing this stuff. If they are done, if filibuster is done anonymously, how do we know who's the senator that's doing this stuff?
I do not believe there should be allowed to be anonymous filibusters. That would be a small change, not exactly an overhaul.
So there's an editing to it.
That's all.
So there's like an edit to it, right? Not exactly overhaul.
Yeah, a minor change like that, I don't think there would be any issue with, but completely changing up the filibuster or eliminating it completely would be a grave injustice.
Yes, Elliot.
Usually, for a law to be passed, how much time is there before the voting takes place? How much time is there for a whole discussion?
There's never really an exact time, but typically the bill will be taken out, they'll discuss some of it, usually not all of it, and then they'll go to a vote unless there is a filibuster.
Yes, Sam.
Even without a filibuster, doesn't the minority party still have the chance to speak on the floor?
They do have the chance to speak on the floor, but a filibuster allows them unlimited time to discuss every aspect of that bill.
Okay. Speaker's time has elapsed. Is there anybody who would like to give a subsequent on the affirmative side? Yes, Sam. He'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sam Leichinger, Hamilton High School. We live in a country where the majority rules. But an important part of our democracy is the fact that we give the minority a voice. They get to speak on the floor with or without the filibuster. But what the opponent just now didn't mention is tyranny by the minority. So he was saying that we need good discussion. And a lot of you, I can see, agree with that, because of course we need good discussion. But is it good discussion when one senator gets up there and speaks for 13 hours on something? You think people are still listening? I know I actually went and just listened. I went on the computer and I tried to watch him just stand up there and read newspaper after newspaper. In fact, I'm a Democrat, and the Democrats have done this too, except they took the New York City Yellow Pages and read out of the phone book for over 20 hours. That is a filibuster. It is incorrect that you must speak on the topic of the bill. In fact, you actually have an unlimited amount of time to speak on any topic of your choice, regardless of what the bill states. So you can go, and multiple times they've done this, take a Yellow Pages and read names and phone numbers in the United States Senate. That's why we need to overhaul the filibuster. We don't have to get rid of it, but we have to overhaul it. And one of the previous speakers mentioned Abraham Lincoln, and it was this president who said a house divided against itself cannot stand. It is true that we do currently have a house divided, but we are far past that when one person can get up there and speak for 13 hours, obstructing the point of the United States government, of which he is elected to represent and elected to serve. That is tyranny of the minority, where we allow the minority party to stop the government from functioning and to stop the majority of the people elected to the Senate from doing what they're supposed to do and pass bills to ensure the continuity of what we do in the United States government. Now, any length of time. Imagine somebody gets up there and he just walks around, and he has to stay within a certain parameter, and he just starts talking about how his day went. Is that good talk? Does that benefit us in our discussions about bills? I don't think so. And doesn't mean I don't think we should have an overhaul. Doesn't mean I don't think we should have a filibuster, because we should. And in fact, it started in Great Britain. William Pitt, a statesman, used that to prevent certain things from happening. Doesn't mean we shouldn't still have that, because we should, because it's important to make sure the minority has a voice, but to make sure that they can control what happens. They themselves are acting as a majority, and that, my friends, is called an oligarchy, not a democracy. I yield my time to questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes. What would be the difference between overhauling the filibuster versus eliminating it?
Overhauling is changing it. And so what I would say is you could put a certain length of time. Harry Reid, in fact, tried to introduce new limitations where you have to say to the American people why you're doing it. I would be for it. They should have to say why they're going to read out of the phone book for 20 hours. So just certain changes.
Okay. Speaker's time has elapsed. Is there a subsequent for the opponency? Yes, Kevin.
Hi. Okay, so yeah, you ready? Okay, so I'm just going to address a few of the arguments that the proponents have made, and then I'm going to move on to why I feel that the filibuster most definitely should not be overhauled. So the first thing proponents said was that it prevents the Senate from doing anything. He said that the majority needs 60 votes. But what we've seen in the past few years is that the Senate has accomplished very significant things. They've passed the nominations of Hagel and Kerry, and there's been serious legislation passed like the Sandy relief, and there are plans to increase taxes on those earning more than $250,000. So we see that the Senate does in fact accomplish a lot of things, even with the filibuster in its current form. Furthermore, he said that it slows down the justice system. But what we find today is that we just compel the president to find a more reasonable candidate. A lot of the times, the president is appointing very serious left-wing people to the bench that most Republicans don't like. And so what we're trying to do here with the filibuster is to persuade the president to appoint a more moderate candidate that would be able to uphold the Constitution more fairly. Furthermore, someone said in the past that
in the past few years, there have only been 4 months in which a party has held 60 seats. But coalitions have been formed because there are 2 independent senators that in general vote Democratic. So we've seen that during the passage of Obamacare, for example, that coalition worked together to pass legislation. Now, the proposition also talks about anonymous filibustering. They said that one person can block a vote without telling anybody who's actually doing the blocking. But we see that the cloture vote requires 60 votes, and it requires lots of people to vote against it. So the filibuster isn't a filibuster of 1, it's a filibuster of 40 or more senators. It's only when you have 40 or more senators that you can block a cloture vote, and as a result actually continue with your filibuster. So when they talk about one person blocking legislation, no, it's 40 people blocking legislation, and when 40 people or 41 people have an opinion like that, that should be respected. And you should believe in the filibuster in its current form because of minority rights. So if there's a majority in the Senate, if say one party accumulates 51 votes, does that mean that that party should have the ability to pass whatever legislation they choose? The filibuster exists to prevent this kind of abusive behavior from the majority, not the minority. We're protecting the power of the smaller people and the minority party. And it's a political check on abusive majorities. Furthermore, the filibuster in its current form encourages bipartisan debate. So what we've seen in the past 2 years is that it's almost impossible to pass legislation unilaterally. That is, if the Democrats want something, if all the Democrats want something, but all the Republicans don't, they can't pass it. And so what the filibuster does is it encourages the parties to work together. And at the end of the day, that's a goal that we should be striving for. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker's time has elapsed. It's 10:37, so we stop time. Okay, is there anybody who would like to speak pro as a subsequent? Anybody? Did you already speak?
Yeah.
Is there anybody who hasn't spoken?
I'll do it.
If you
Motion
need
to suspend the rules and move to a subsequent speaker.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Who would speak on the con?
Oh, wow.
Second.
It's too early for.
If he wants to speak, then
5-minute caucus.
Oh, we can have a
Motion of
caucus.
caucus, 5 minutes.
Okay, are there any seconds?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. You guys have a 5-minute caucus. Please discuss with other people so we can actually get another speaker. You're not really allowed to leave the room. If you're going to the bathroom, that's fine, but don't mass migrate. You have to suspend the rules and then.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Okay, Sam, you could come up and speak again.
Thank you. Don't keep telling.
I'm sure Matthew's going to elucidate more on it, but I just want to touch on some things the opponents said about this. It doesn't take a Republican or Democratic Party. This isn't a party issue. Regardless of what side of the aisle you stand on, it's not you need this many senators, it's one person. And they could be a radical person or a person who's just really not in their right mind or having a bad day or really just wants to talk about something in their home state, which happens. People get up there and they speak about things. It only takes one person, not the 40 or 41 mentioned, maybe to shut down something, but it is written legally in the right of every single senator to go up and speak on any topic for any length of time, if you want to. So it only takes one person, radical on either side of the aisle, or just feeling like they want to say something about another bill, to come up there and stop the legislative process. And we say overhaul. It doesn't mean we're getting rid of it. It means we're keeping the good parts and throwing out the bad parts, which especially mean ruining our legislative process. And you heard the opponents talk a lot about that minority, of course, but we already have protections against that, and this is one of them. So the idea that we're going to go on the radical side and say we're going to erase it is not true. And then the other radical side and keep everything that are hurting us now. We don't pass thousands of bills every year. We pass not even 200, because in this Senate, where we've had more filibusters than ever, we have had the least activity in a Congress ever. They called a Congress in the middle of the 1950s a do-nothing Congress. They passed double the bills we have passed in the Senate and the House alone, because we can't do anything in the Senate right now other than name post offices and pass certain things that are really, really, really watered down, like a Sandy bill, just to end the filibuster, cutting the aid in half for people that need it just because of a filibuster. So the fact that we're doing fine and we're passing all these bills, that's not true. And I think you could go over to Washington and you could see for yourself that is not true. I yield my time to questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing that there are no questions, the chair absorbs the remaining time. Are there any subsequent speakers on the opponency? Yes.
Hello, I'm Tyler Gording. While I'm no Sam Leitchinger, hope to do my best. We're talking about how one person has the ability to hold up versus the other 60 who then can't vote to stop a filibuster. Not everyone here is as shy or as timid as others. I know Sam's more open to going up in front of people than I am. Sorry, Sam, if I'm going to point you out a lot. But if Sam wants to go up and use a filibuster, because I'm too shy to go up, I'm going to keep not voting to end the filibuster because I don't want something to go through. I want Sam to stay there for as long as he can. I'm not going to vote against him. I need, because I'm a shy person, Sam to stay there. I need my friends, who are also within my party, to be there no matter what party I am. Well, yes, to be voted into the Senate, you have to be open to a lot of things. There's a lot of times where you don't know what to say. So you have your friends, they go up, they start speaking, but you don't know what to do in this occasion. But besides that, we're talking about radical people may or may not go and start filibustering for whatever they want. If they're radical, nobody really likes them, so they're going to be voted off anyways, no matter how much time. Or the people who do support them, then they're not really all that radical, because other people do support them. If it's radical, and the majority or a good percentage want these radicals to go through, then we need to give them their word. Defining good and bad. What makes a good filibuster versus a bad filibuster? We say if it gets stuff done. Someone, somewhere in the Congress, no matter what's going on, will be thinking about the bill. So even if it just changes the mind of one person, then it is a good filibuster. What needs to be changed? While we are arguing over post office names, sure, it would be more beneficial to a majority of the United States if the economy was fixed, but there are a lot of problems that a lot of people could be fixing and choose not to when they make their bills. People who are working and need the Senate where Congress, to fix these problems, could be doing other things, but they're not. They're sitting around for a lot of them, and a lot of them don't do what they need to do. I yield my time to questions.
Corey.
Is the speaker aware that if you're going to be in Senate, you most likely won't be shy because you have to campaign to get into it?
You're most likely not a shy person all the time, but going up at certain points, there are some things that may or may not scare you. Different occasions have different scenarios, and you can't always predict different things. If you're not in a good mood, if you're sick, you don't want to stand in front of a crowd. There are different times for different scenarios.
Do you ever see reading out of the phone book as changing somebody's mind?
The person who is not paying attention and thinking about the bill, if the Congress who was thinking about the bill, not paying attention to the person reading out the phone book, I think they're thinking and changing their mind.
No follow-ups. Seeing that there's only 5 seconds, the chair absorbs the remaining time. Okay, is there a motion to...
Motion to previous question. Second.
All those in favor? No, we don't have to. Okay, so we have a motion to previous question. We'll start off with the opponency for the closing speech. You have 3 minutes.
Just to reiterate, if a senator is known for making these ridiculous filibusters, don't re-elect them. If they are completely stopping the country so they can read off that Janice Philman's phone number is 262-345-1780, then don't re-elect them. If only a few senators or a single whack job decides to go down on the Senate floor and say, I am filibustering this. If it isn't a legitimate filibuster, then the other people in their party and the people in the opposing party will just vote against them in the cloture and then completely end the filibuster. We even saw John McCain go up after Rand Paul's filibuster, which many thought were a legitimate filibuster, and John McCain spoke against Rand Paul. It's not this allegiance within the party that if someone within your party filibusters that you have to align with them. Many Republicans may disagree with Rand Paul, and many Democrats may agree with him. It's not a black and white issue here. And like I've said, if we don't have a filibuster, the majority party will always pass every single piece of legislation they put to the floor. Having a filibuster does not stop all bills from being passed. It only ensures that only the best bills are passed. If we're instead of passing 600 bills and God knows what's in them, let's sit down, actually discuss 50 bills that have been looked at. It's a very moderate bill. It's something we can all agree on and think is a proper bill to be passed, rather than just shoveling in legislation and forgetting about it. If you want to look at real problems, it's that senators spend more time campaigning and making money to be reelected rather than actual on the Senate floor. It costs $10.7 million on average to be elected to the Senate. Now that's a real problem, not being able to discuss a bill extensively. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, the chair will now recognize Matthew Cohen for his closing speech.
Okay, so I'm just going to address some of the points that were made by previous speakers. So we were talking about checks and balances at one point and how we should protect the will of the minority. Well, we actually already have 6 components actually where we can protect the rights of the minority. Bill of Rights, the Supreme Court, we have staggered terms in the Senate where we only have 33% of the senators up for re-election every 2 years. There's the White House too, which can be controlled by opposite members of the party. And then also the House of Representatives too. In the House of Representatives, there's a lot of gerrymandering that can go on. So for example, right now, the Republican Party, which has actually lost the elections overall last year by 1.6 million votes in terms of overall House elections, is still the majority party with an excess of 19 seats that they shouldn't have. So that actually is where you have your minority rights all upheld. The second thing that I'd like to mention is I agree that there should be time to debate this. However, I think it should be reasonable. I think that after debating a bill for 5 straight days or so, I mean, all the arguments have been made at that point. And usually the process for getting a bill through one house of Congress usually takes around a couple of months as is. So I think that that is plenty of time for debate and all the ideas to be heard. Second thing is that my previous speaker mentioned something about how you need 40 people to vote no or something. You actually don't need anybody to vote no on a motion to cloture. You just need 60 people to vote yes. So actually, the people who are filibustering don't need to be on the floor of the Senate. They can be on vacation for a week here, while the people who actually want to get something done are scrambling to get the 60 votes and actually make it happen. Another point that was brought up was Kevin Gu proved my point exactly when he actually enumerated every single significant thing the last Congress did. The fiscal cliff, the Sandy, not Sandy Hook, Hurricane Sandy relief bill, and the 2 actually Obama nominations were in this session, so they don't even count. So those 2 things were the only significant thing we could name for 2011 to 2013 Senate session. And to me, that's actually quite pathetic. We pay them $174,000 annually, pay for their health care through life, and they get a pension of $174,000 annually, and yet that is all they can produce. And there was also a brief mention of like the judicial nominees and how they're very extreme and how they shouldn't be, and that's why the Republicans are filibustering them. That simply just ain't true. Obama actually nominated several justices on the appellate courts to serve now on the Court of Appeals, and they're actually nominated by Republicans. So the notion that he's appointing raging liberals is ridiculous, and I urge you to vote yes on this resolution.
The speaker's time has elapsed. I'll read the resolution again. Resolved that the filibuster be overhauled. Okay, now we'll take a vote. Just raise your hand. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
I'm not raising it. I didn't know about this debate until last night.
Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, and all those, yes, no?
Minority rights. I guess it's
Okay, and all those abstaining?
Minority. 3.
Okay, this bill passes with a vote of 11 to 2 to 3. Everybody who spoke, could you guys please just come up here and say your name and school?
I can start. My name is Kevin Gu, GU. I go to University High School.
I'm Matthew Cohen for the Beverly Star High School.
I'm John. I go to Santiago High School.
My name is Sam Leichinger. I go to Hamilton High School.
I'm Tyler Gording, and I go to Hamilton High School.
I also endorse the Nexus 7. Yeah, best $200 tablet on the market.
It's not an e-reader? Okay, it's not an e-reader?
No, it does everything. It's not. No,
I'm saving you.
Yeah, I can.
I'm a narcissist.
Today, maybe. Could I use this pen?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe I doubt. Narcissist.
Fill that out.
There's 9 watts.
What room is this? 205.
Use the 5 minutes.
First, we would like to have a 6-minute.
Anthony, what's the result?
Exactly.
I don't even know either.
Um,
That's your job.
I know, I just read you guys the results, seriously. First up, we have the proponent 6-minute opening speech. Okay, I have a timekeeper. That's important.
Yeah, Carla, stepping up.
Do you know the hand signals? Do you know the hand signals?
No.
Everything's
I'll just tell you when you're done.
Oh, you're out of time.
2, 1,
Okay.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Apparently, the resolution is stricter laws apply to the amount of violence in video games. Blah, blah, blah. Before I get started, I want to say that I do not play video games. They're confusing and they're too much work. And I just get frustrated and end up breaking stuff, so they're banned from my house. But I know people that play video games, and so when I was researching this, I went over their house and broke their stuff, and I went home. Stricter laws applying to video games, which I'm pro for. Video games are a pastime of American teenagers everywhere. People love to play video games. Wow, some of them play Pac-Man or other stuff. And people play video games that are really violent, including Black Ops 2 or Grand Theft Auto, which is just really, really stupid, but doesn't have a point. As people have progressed in making video games, they've gotten progressively more and more violent. And while I don't have a problem with violence, it does have an adverse effect on young people. Today's video games have grown more violent and plain out obscene. And even though they're rated on a, what is it, a P? I know the bad one is M.
Actually, the bad one is A.
Yeah, the bad one is A.
Yeah, you won't find those, like, unless you're in, like, Mexico.
Yeah.
Right? But they're rated on a system similar to the way we rate movies, right? And it's it's a voluntary system, it's not law, so it doesn't hold any force. Which means legally, if you go into a store and you're 8 and you want to buy a rated M video game, you're allowed to. Now, a lot of stores and areas have made agreements with the foundation that does the rating system, and they won't allow you to do so, but you do have the right to. There have been studies, especially a lot with the shootings at various schools. There have been studies. People have been trying to link video game violence with violence in the real world. Now, that science is not conclusive. I can't say that people who play video games like Black Ops are going to go out and shoot everybody and their mama, because that's just not true. But what is true is that violence in video games leads to more aggression in young people. That may not be a problem if you're 17 or 18 and you're well adjusted and your brain has fully developed to a part where you can take that. But for young people, for 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds who studies tell us are the mass producers of these games, their brains have not fully developed in their moral capacity, and the reinforcement of negative behaviors is harmful to them, right? When you're playing games like Grand Theft Auto, I know I was watching someone play it, and apparently if you rate a hooker, they give you like high five, or the game's like, yeah. And if you run over elderly people, you get like bonus points and whatnot. And that's obviously not something, people are not going out and raping, well, they are raping hookers, but people are not going out and raping hookers solely because they saw it in a video game. And you can't say that video games are the only cause why people do these things, but it's one of the causes, it's one of the things that leads to it. And I think that what we should do isn't sort of ban the content. I can't say we should just ban violent video games and they shouldn't be created and they shouldn't be made because that's unconstitutional, and it's just honestly telling people what to do with their lives. We have a right and we have a duty to protect young children who can't responsibly consume these things, right? So I believe that the system that's already in place, the rating system, should be given the effect of law. California tried to do that in 2005, and there was a law proposed by Hillary Clinton on a federal level. Both of those were ended, one by Congress, one by the Supreme Court, which ruled that you can't legislate what people do unless it's harmful to their bodies. I think that the Supreme Court honestly made a mistake. That people as adults have the right to say that children shouldn't have this content. And you can say, well, the parents should do this, and the parents should watch their kids and tell them, oh, you shouldn't use that video game, or you shouldn't play that. And they do, it's their responsibility to watch their kids. However, they should be able to let their 11-year-old go into a video game store and by themselves and not worry that they're going to get their hands on something that is entirely inappropriate for them. And that was, ooh, I might read that. That was the end of my note. So
You have more time to question.
Yeah, that's the thing I was trying to say.
You said there are studies attempting to link video games and violence. Can you name any of those studies?
Well, there was one by the American Psychological, what is it? American Psychology Association, which said that they found that teenagers from the ages of 12 to 17 who used video games were more violent and more aggressive and more likely to be in fear of violence. Yeah, there's only one hand up. Right there. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that there's only a correlation between violent video games and violence, and there is no proof of causation? So you're telling us that there's only been proven a correlation between violence and video games, but no causation has been proven.
That's what I said. I think I made that pretty clear that the science is not conclusive, that A does not necessarily lead to B, but I believe that if it at all puts the children at risk and it doesn't give them a benefit, I don't see any benefit from an 11-year-old playing a game like Grand Theft Auto where they run over kids. There's no entertainment value, there's no educational value. So I don't see why we shouldn't restrict it.
So one thing the speaker knows that an 11-year-old can't just go and game and buy whatever game he wants. The store or say Target or.
Is there a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it seems the speaker knows.
You phrase it as a question, but it's not really a question, it's a comment. Continue. No, continue.
I was wondering if you know that.
The speaker's time has elapsed.
Let's go ahead and finish the question if he's already.
Oh, go ahead.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we're gonna have the 6-minute opponent team speech.
How many are familiar with ancient Athens? Greece? Yeah? Got some history files. How many are familiar with theater? Plays, drums, stage? Athens was known for pioneering theater as it is today, with their tragedies and their comedies. And it was mainly through this primary, I guess, theatrical vehicle known as catharsis. A cathartic expression is anything that you witness, that elicits certain feelings in yourself, as if you were committing the same actions on. So on stage, they'd be performing a tragedy in which one man kills his best friend and then sleeps with his wife. That is a tragedy, but also a cathartic expression, because they set up the play to where you want to kill the character who gets killed. So it's a cathartic expression to where you're not actually killing them, but you're witnessing their death, which elicits similar emotions. This same concept can be applied to film, can be applied to music, television, and of course, what we're talking about today, video games. Video games, as previous speaker mentioned, are incredibly violent. One of my favorite games, Gears of War, is known for its brutal take on war. Other things come to mind, of course, Grand Theft Auto, where you can shoot people for no reason at all. Of course, Call of Duty, which people seem a warfare simulator. And of course, another game I'm familiar with, which is called Bulletstorm, which in its name doesn't sound too friendly for children. But of course, these are all cathartic expressions. Just because I kill someone in the game does not mean that I'm going to go out and kill someone. The only reason I kill someone in the game is so that I don't kill someone in real life. It's a cathartic expression. So if I get frustrated or angry, I'm not going to kill someone. I'm going to go home and take it out on some virtual hooker because it took my money. So there's no reason to point the finger at video games. If anything, we need more violent video games because if anything, we live in a hostile world. We've got growing deficit. We're on the verge of nuclear war with North Korea. And we've got a Congress that doesn't seem to be passing anything and a president who is teetering on his second term, trying to get things accomplished. We've got high crime rates, we've got drug use, we've got so many things going on in this world. I would like to relax and shoot some people in the face in a video game. I'm not going to go out on a killing spree. I'm not going to commit the next Aurora, Colorado. I'm not going to commit the next Newtown, Connecticut shooting. If anything, that's all going to happen in the realm of a virtual video game to where no one is affected except for these lines of code. That's all you're doing. Violent video games are a necessity because we need people to express themselves be it, shooting hookers in the face, or kicking people to giant cactuses, or chainsawing their bodies in two. We need these violent video games as a form of expression. If I'm really angry, so I don't kill someone, I'm going to go home and kill thousands of people on a video game. That's why they're necessary. And of course, correlational studies don't mean anything. Just because you find more violence in them doesn't mean that they're going to be violent in real life. That means that they're violent, and that's going to come out in their video games. They need more violent video games in order to fuel that. So they aren't doing it in public, so they aren't hurting other people. So violent video games, they are a necessity. We don't need stricter laws reducing them. We don't need the government censoring what can and can't be in a video game. Video games are an art form, and that's like censoring art, just because it has graphic depictions of, war or anything. Look at any art, any painting, any music. Are we going to censor all that just because it might instill some hostility in people? No, we need that expression. People are sad, so they write sad songs. People are angry, they write angry songs. People want to tell a compelling drama, then they write a film and film it. Same goes for video games. If I really want to get into a profound game with a beautiful narrative that reaches all across the universe, I might play Mass Effect. If I want to, just go out and mindlessly shoot people for no reason other than they're wearing a different uniform than I am, then I'm going to play Call of Duty. There are so many different mediums that video games can channel expression and emotion. So many different genres that cater to these needs. And so many different people that are going to want these different types of needs. If you just want to play Pac-Man, go for it. It's still there. You can probably play it on your iPhone right now for free, even though that was so difficult to make back in the day. But now games are more complex. People want to do it bigger, they want to do it better, they want to do it harder, they want to do it faster. And that's why we need violent video games. People are going to want to play these violent video games until the day they die. We're growing up in this generation of violent video games. I doubt we're going to be violent people. I mean, look at this last century. Video games did not influence World War I, World War II, Vietnam, or Korea because they didn't exist, but people were naturally violent. So because now violent video games are in existence, are we going to see worse wars than World War II? Are we going to see things worse than the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Are we going to see things worse than the rape of Nanking? I doubt it. If anything, video games might contract from that. And also, crime? People are going to be playing video games more than they're out on the street raping people. Since the 70s, rape has kind of gone down a little bit. I'm not pointing the finger at video games, but I mean, they've been more prevalent since the 70s. People are going to spend more of the time in front of the screen and not out doing bad things. And sure, you can talk about the guy in Norway, was it? Who wrote in his manifesto about Modern Warfare 2. Well, I doubt that did anything. I doubt if you look at Modern Warfare 2 like, I must blow up this place, I must be a terrorist. No. Same goes for Columbine. Sure, they might have played some first-person shooters, but those kids were sick in the head to begin with, and people don't always look at that. They don't look at crazy people as just being crazy. And I yield my time to questions.
You only have 10 seconds left, so I'm going to absorb your time.
You got it.
Do I have a subsequent proponent speech? Anyone? Oh, go ahead, Matthew.
So today I stand before you and I'm arguing the proponents on this resolution, arguing for stricter gun laws, because I believe that video games do create a culture of violence in America. And as our main speaker elaborated today, or not main speaker, I mean as our speaker that we heard for the opening session, like in the entertainment industry, we have this new sense of violence that we have never, or profound sense of violence that we really haven't seen before. And it's just across the spectrum. And one of the areas, though, is video games, obviously. And I think in video games, it's much greater than the other areas, like per se movies. Because in video games, actually, it's an interactive experience. And, that's why I disagree with Anthony's examples of like songs or paintings, because those, you're listening to it and the emotions and the adrenaline and the stress hormones aren't going through you as they would if you're actually clicking the buttons or doing the things with the computer. I'm not familiar with that terminology. Sorry, living in the Stone Age. But the thing is that we need a change not only because it's just a moral issue where we just need to reduce the amount of violence in our society, but also an economic issue. We have the highest incarceration rate in the world, and I think part of that can be attributed to the immense amount of violence that you'll see in video games. Now, you may be asking, so where's the proof? Where's the proof for all this to happen? This sounds like wonderful speculation, Matthew, but where's the proof? So an Iowa State professor, Professor Gentile, said, I don't know his name, said that when you're playing a video game, since it is an interactive experience, like it's tapping somehow into your primitive instincts like that we had as tens of thousands of years ago, like our evolutionary instincts to be a little bit more violent and aggressive. And he did find that people who do play video games as opposed to people who do not play violent video games will be more aggressive on average. And and that's just the whole cold hard truth right there. And so that's why I stand before you today, to ask you to vote yes on this resolution for two reasons. The moral issue of just reducing violence in our society, and the second issue, economic issue of just reducing prison costs in the United States. And with that, I yield my remaining time to questions.
How much time is there?
45 seconds.
Okay, questions? Yeah.
Would you not attribute our high incarceration rate to poverty, most likely?
I'm just saying that this is one of the factors. And anything to lower our incarceration rate, we should pursue that path. Anything.
Is he like that? Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, he's. How often do you play video games?
I used to actually play quite frequently violent video games, and then I turned over a new leaf 2 years ago. I'm Jewish, but it was like part of Lent, you could say.
Yeah. Oh, sure, if he's done. Come on.
Shut up. Shut up.
Name in school?
Byung Choi, B.
I got it.
Cool.
Hi guys, I'm Byung Choi from Santiago High School, and one really interesting fact about me is I'm Korean. Now, you might be wondering why that's relevant. Well, let me tell you something. I went to Korea in 8th grade. I turned on the TV. You know the first channel that came up? Soldier Front. People playing Soldier Front. You know what Soldier Front is? It's a violent video game. It's a first-person shooter. Your whole goal is to either blow up things or kill people, or both. Number 2, next channel, StarCraft. Your whole goal is to just kill all of the aliens, or humans, or, etc. Androids for all you care. And you just kill them in every most efficient manner possible. You gotta make soldiers to kill them, you gotta make bombs, you gotta make aircraft carriers. Your whole goal is to kill them. Next channel, I get Warcraft 3. If you don't know, Warcraft 3 is like StarCraft. It is essentially a violent video game where your whole goal is to kill people. But here's the great part about Warcraft 3 is you get to watch the bodies blow up in blood and bones. You get to just watch them burst. And so forth, and so forth, and so forth. Every video game, your goal is to kill people. Every time. And it's just Korean channel television, every time. And here's the interesting thing is my cousin once told me that in Korea there's two social castes. The people who play StarCraft and the people who don't. But here's one more interesting fact. Violence in Korea is almost unknown. You talk to any Korean and you ask them about murder, mass shootings, gun violence almost doesn't exist. But on top of that, you talk to them about any sort of violence or a lot of assault, murder, rape. It doesn't happen very often in Korea. All these proponency speakers are proposing some sort of correlation. And let me explain the correlation to you in a new light. Maybe the fact that you're playing violent video games and your whole life hobby is to rape hookers and run down people might be a little bit of something called a symptom. If your whole life goal is, to rape hookers in video games, maybe that tells me that you're a little crazy. Not because of video games, but video games reflect that in your personality. It's just like saying if I brutally murder Sean, I didn't become a violent person because I brutally murdered Sean. It becomes you can tell I'm a violent person because I brutally murdered Sean. And that's the difference. Now, Matthew brought up a couple of interesting points. One, he said that violence, that human visceral instinct of utter destruction was somehow, increased over these last few years of video games. Should I bring up the Holocaust? Should I bring up the Vikings who just rape, pillage, and kill? Should I bring up the Japanese in World War II when they entered China, Vietnam, Korea, and raped and murdered thousands of citizens just for fun because they got bored? Literally, soldiers got bored and raped and murdered. Should I bring up the Turkish genocide? Should I bring up Jack the Ripper? So forth, etc., etc. I'm telling you right now that violence hasn't increased because of video games. We're just noticing it more because of the media. But you take any look at any point in history, our whole visceral reaction is rape, pillage, and kill. So let me tell, and the last point I wanted to address is that Matthew mentioned that the economy might somehow shoot down because of video games and violence. Yeah, sure, there's a lot of incarceration, but should I remind you that the video game industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry? I spend a ton of money on video games, and I mean, most of the people in this room probably do. I'm Korean. Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
I'm Korean.
Can I have a subsequent proponent? Proponent?
Yes.
Come on up.
Shut up, John.
Sits back down, I'm done.
That's a
Best speaker, John.
I got it.
Yeah.
Nexus 7.
This is a Nexus 7
Oh,
tablet. There's a little game on here called Gunslugs. It's going to play a little of this. The whole objective is to go around and shoot people.
No, I died.
I'll kill you all! I cannot handle myself with these games. Look at it! I can't. It's too much. I need the government to tell me what I can and can't do, please. Pass this legislation. Look, it shoots bullets. I killed a pixel. How will I live on? What have I done?
Next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna strangle Anthony. I killed this pixelated thing in this game. I can't help. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. Games. What are these pixels? Oh yes.
How much is that game?
It's free.
I don't even have to pay for this. I could be like homeless and.
The Nexus
I'll be a rampaging homeless man.
As long as the Nexus
killing
drops
people.
from the sky.
We need to censor this because the children. Look, children, they can't take this. If they see a pixel fly another pixel and then that pixel disappears, they don't know what to do with themselves. They'll rape and kill their teacher, most likely. And they'll light her on fire. Please, government, come save us. Big brother, where are you? Brother, we need you. We are you. We need you. Well, there is no self-identification. We can't handle this as a society. We need someone else to tell us what we can and can't handle, because pixels are too much for our brains to take. Please, regulate games.
Oh, do you yield your time to the chair?
Questions, whatever.
Oh, how long does he have?
45 seconds.
Okay, questions it is. Who has questions? You back there.
Oh, no,
Oh, never mind. No questions?
No, I just wanted to speak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you have a question.
I've got a question.
Yeah,
You know what side
speak.
you're on?
Yeah.
I'm totally serious. I can't handle this. You should vote for more regulations on games, music, movies. I heard the N-word in a song once.
Oh no!
I just went rampaging against black people.
Okay. Question.
Might the speaker be sarcastic?
10 seconds.
No
We do not know what
way.
sarcasm is. There's no self. We do not know what that is.
Okay, I absorbed the rest of the time because there's not enough spot for more questions. You got notes, right?
Oh yeah, I got it.
Okay, you can go. You wrote his name too.
Okay,
So,
this is pretty easy.
There's some points that have been made, whether they're good or not, some speculation. Someone brought up the man in Norway. How he talked in his manifesto about why he did it. He was kind of influenced by Modern Warfare 2. There's a scene in Modern Warfare 2, one of the missions, they actually give you permission. They ask if you want to play this mission, you can deny it, and the story will go on as long as it's just the same. Basically, to paraphrase, you're pretending to be a terrorist to get on the terrorist side, so you're in a giant airport with machine guns, and you just go through and you kill every last civilian you see. I mean, it was freaky, because they don't tell you, like, okay, it's the next mission, you're going to be shooting civilians. Elevator opens, he says, get them all, and you just start mowing them down. They're just blowing up, body parts everywhere. I was pretty disturbed. And when I saw that, I thought, Jesus Christ, the Russians are terrible. Russian terrorists, that's an issue. I didn't think, oh my God, I need to go to an airport and shoot everyone, just so I can be like Makarov. And first speaker brought up that Grand Theft Auto rewards you for killing people. You can't even rape people in Grand Theft Auto. You can get prostitutes, but no one does that. I don't know anyone who's actually gotten a prostitute in Grand Theft Auto. If you shoot someone, injure someone, hurt, or just mess with the law in any way, you know what happens? They send the SWAT team after you. They will kill you. There's no, oh, you got points. It doesn't even have a point system. I mean, if you run someone over, the cops are after you. If you jaywalk, I've been shot for jaywalking. Liberty City is a messed up place. All right? You can't do anything in a dumpster. 100% full. You know, games. Anthony brought up that they're an art form, and while some people can debate that, I strongly believe it. If you play a game and actually pay attention to it, not just watch your friends play, you'll notice a lot of things. This game was just released called Arma. Arma is based around resource-based warfare. How America, or just the world, is falling into war because there's no resources. If you pass a gas station, you actually see the prices are like $80 per gallon. They do there's attention to detail. It's just, and when I play this, and I'm blowing up tanks, I'm throwing grenades, throwing tomahawks in people's faces, whatever, it doesn't make me want to do anything like this. Byung brought up StarCraft, and while I may not be Korean, I still do play StarCraft, but I'm not as good as them. StarCraft, all it is a strategy game. The best I can relate it to is chess. That's all it is. You have your units, your enemy has his units, and you coordinate across the field to wipe out each other's units and end up destroying the king or the base or whatever. That's all I see. I don't see StarCraft and think, man, I just want to just murder swaths of people. I think this is very interesting. It's very intellectually engaging, and Beyond can attest to that. Where's Kevin? Kevin can attest to that. Kevin plays StarCraft. It doesn't invoke violence in me. There was only one game I've played, and I've told people this countless times. It's made me want to emulate what I'm doing in the game. It's a game called LA Noire, where you are a cop in the 40s and you go around solving crimes. And it's 1947, so Mickey Cohen, drug runs, race wars, all that sort of thing.
Speaker's time has lapsed.
Motion to extend the speech time.
Seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
How long?
Oh yeah, how long?
1 minute.
Okay, hit it.
All right, thank you. And so, and I saw this and I thought, wow, what a great public servant Cole Phelps is. He was a Marine and now he's a cop. Like, that seems like a good life plan. He's serving the country, he's serving his community. He's a good guy, and that's something I want to do in my life. My mind has changed since then, but still, that's the only time I ever saw something and wanted to do it. And one more thing. Oh yeah, and it's been said before. John made a great point. So did Anthony. How over history we have violence. It has nothing to do with video games. Keelan didn't strap people to wood and planks and burn them in his garden because he saw it in Grand Theft Auto. He did it because he was a psychopath. And that's going to happen regardless if you play video games or not. You made a great point. There's been violent people and psychopaths throughout history. And now you're trying to find a scapegoat, and you're going to see Quentin Tarantino getting attacked. You're going to see music, artists, anyone in the hip-hop community who talks about violence. They're just going to point fingers at everyone instead of people taking responsibility for their own actions. Video games do not affect people. I played them since I was like 4, okay? Boom.
Boom.
Okay, can I have a subsequent proponent? Yeah, it's right here. Proponent, anyone?
Yes.
No one here hates video games? Motion to suspend the rules? Seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Cool, come on up. What's your name in school?
Narimon Palisades Charter.
Can you spot me too?
It's like
Hold on,
NA.
let me see your phone.
Alright, so what if every time you farted, the government came and slapped a ticket on you? $100 just for farting. If you disobeyed table manners, if you read the wrong kind of book. Video games are a question of morality. Parents have to raise you in order to play the right things, not do drugs, So it's not a question about whether video games are good or bad. It's whether or not the government should have the right to regulate them. Why do we need Big Papa government coming and telling us how to live our lives? We live in America because we don't want that. We don't want them instituting which food we have to eat or which movie we have to watch. So how would you guys feel if one of the great classics, Catcher in the Rye, was banned? The man who killed John Lennon was said to have been inspired by that. So what if he did? It was his choice. We are forgetting that America is a land of choice, and not that of, hey, do this, do that. Sometimes society might suffer, but that's at the hands of our citizens. We are doing everything ourselves. So everyone talks about Grand Theft Auto, but you know, how many times has someone taken action against them? Well, this man in Florida, he's a lawyer. He filed lawsuit after lawsuit against Rockstar Games. And you know what happened to him? He got debarred for filing frivolous lawsuits. And you know, the entire pursuit of banning video games is frivolous. It's like saying, all right, parents can't do their job, so let's do it for them. Same thing with drug use. It's illegal right now, but if you're teaching your kids not to do drugs, why does the government have to step in? Why would we risk our economy, which is more important to society, than some micro conflict somewhere because somebody is crazy? In fact, the government should not even be involved in any affairs of morality. They should be educators. We should not be the ones telling you to do this, but we should tell you, hey, this is what's going to happen. If you break the law, you go to jail. And in addition, video games aren't even realistic. To emulate them without considering the consequences would be absolutely foolish. How many lives do you get in real life? If you stab someone and they stab back, how long is it going to take you to respond? In real life, you kill someone, you go to jail. And if somebody's not smart enough to figure that out, you know what? They deserve to go to jail. We shouldn't be punishing the cause. We should be punishing the effect. The government's job is not to regulate morality, but to protect citizens' rights no matter what. They shouldn't be saying, oh, this has the potential to incite violence, therefore we're going to stop it from happening. They should say, all right, you did something bad, we punish you for it. Simple cause and effect. We shouldn't be going too complex. Government's already too big as it is. So, what happens if... All right.
Do we have a subsequent proponent?
Motion to previous question.
Okay, motion seconded?
Wait,
oh, proponent. Oh, proponent or opponent? What's your name?
Kind of.
Annoyed at something. What's your name in school? Antonia. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
I just want to say that comparing video games to like music and stuff, when you're playing a video game, you're becoming a different persona in this game, whereas in music and movies and TV shows, you're more relating these other people's experiences to your own life, and it affects you, but in a totally different way. You're not becoming this other person who, and the point is of regulating this is not to regulate it to everyone ever and to totally get rid of them, because that is unconstitutional, but just to regulate it from children. And these studies that are not half-cocked or whatever, they're studies of teenage brains and people who are developing, and it shows that like our cortexes are different and they operate differently, and we don't have the same ability to make wise decisions. We're more impulsive and we tend to make poor choices. So making these video games so accessible to people, I'm not saying anyone here is stupid, or obviously not, but because you were probably raised in a better home than certain other teenagers who had a poor family life and bad situations, and video games would not help their situation. And simply regulating it so that their parents can have the choice to buy that for them, it's fine. If your parents are saying, oh, it's fine, I trust that I've raised you right to be able to handle this kind of stuff, that's good. Good for you. I'm glad you're a person who's able to handle that. But if your parents are not really in the picture, or you have bad home life, they're probably not going to spend the time to buy this, and you have a lot of anger that you probably could take out on people, and video games, you becoming this other person in a video game is not going to help that situation. In fact, I would just like to point out that instead of playing a violent video game, maybe you guys should try yoga, because it's relaxing. Okay, feels my time to the chair.
Okay, subsequent opponent? Sure, come on up. What's your name and school? Sure. By the way, awesome girls game.
My mother is like really talking about it.
Actually, no, I didn't
Yeah. Okay, so I just want to, Sam Leitchinger, Hamilton High School, I just want to take a different approach from some of the previous speakers. If you would just direct your attention to the resolve that stricter gun laws be applied to the amount of violence, that doesn't mean anybody on the opponency actually believes we shouldn't have laws that restrict what you can buy. It's just the content. So as a liberal, I'm a strong proponent of using legislation to keep people and specifically to keep our children safe. But some things go unnecessarily far, and this is one of those things. Because in this country, we don't just so blatantly strip the liberties of the people so as to do the job that parents should be doing themselves. We already have ratings. The EARV does ratings. We have the mature, we have the E, we have the E10+. So we have these things in place, which I agree with. And if you're on the proponency, you can still agree with them. But I don't believe that means we should have the government saying, going against the First Amendment, you cannot put this in your video game. It is up to the parent sometimes, and it is also up to the store. We have made every major console manufacturer that you can think of, every major store chain, implements these rules as part of their policy, so kids under 17 cannot go buy something that's rated M. But the thing is, we can have this as a law, and that doesn't mean I'm on the proponency, because the proponency is saying that we should limit the content. We should say you cannot have this. That is not the kind of society we are in. We're not in a communist state where we don't allow our manufacturers and private industry to show certain things. And it absolutely does have an impact, and I will admit that. I've played Gears of War, and I knew some of the games they were citing, and it gets you more aggressive. That's a fact. But because we have that, it means we need laws saying who can buy what, not what you should be allowed to buy. Because there's a 13-year-old who's not suited to buy Gears of War, doesn't mean just because I'm 17 I shouldn't be able to buy Gears of War. I should, because I'm of age, and because there are laws that say that. But doesn't mean we should say what you can and cannot put, because we have the First Amendment to guarantee certain things like that. And I yield my time to questions.
And how much time does he have?
45 seconds.
Okay, questions? Yes?
Wasn't it true in our quote from the resolution that the part of the resolution actually says the solution may be to force all M-rated games to carry ESRB rating labels and completely prohibit from minors? Therefore, you are on the side of the proposal?
That's not the resolution itself. That goes beyond what the first words of the resolution say. And that's a point. That's a really, really valid point. And the proponency himself mentioned we have a right and a duty to protect our children. And in so much as that people were stating that we should limit the content. We as a society need to direct where we're going. And that is true, but not in the way of limiting what people can and cannot see. What you cannot do with your controller. That is wrong. Laws, like you said, I agree with those. But doing certain things that go so far as to limit freedom of speech, that's not appropriate.
Okay, can I have a motion to previous question?
Motion to previous question.
All in favor? Seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're gonna have our 3-minute closing negative speech.
It's con, not negative.
I'm sorry.
Both words.
It's a pun. That just makes you look bad.
It's what it says on the paper.
Me and him are
That's what it says on
It says negative.
It says negative.
Because it's negative.
Okay. A lot of things have been said, and I just want to sum it up. Video games are meant for expression. They are protected under the First Amendment. It is an art form. You're going to let the artist create their art no matter what art it is. You find it offensive or not. You wouldn't tell Michelangelo not to make his statues. You wouldn't tell Da Vinci not to paint his paintings. You wouldn't tell Van Gogh to not paint his paintings. You wouldn't tell Tupac to not make his music. You're going to let an artist make their art. And if you think it's offensive that I'm equivocating video games to such heralded pieces of art, then you're not an artist. Because an artist can truly recognize art no matter what medium it is. Video games are expression, they're art. People are going to use them however they see fit, whether it's to justify their own moral objections to society, televisions, and elsewhere. Video games facilitate the need to progress in society, technologically and socially and culturally. We, as Americans, are one of the biggest distributors of video games, and that's for one reason, they're good. So let us continue to make these games. Whether you find it morally reprehensible, No one cares because your moral compass is not my moral compass, is not the president's moral compass, is not anybody's moral compass. Let the parents deal with that. It's their children. If you can't tell your parent, or if a parent can't tell their kid what they can and can't play, then they're a bad parent. Maybe if the name of a game is also the name of a felony, you shouldn't be buying it for your kid. Be a responsible parent.
10 has elapsed. Very quickly, could I have someone pass the best speaker ballots? Yes. Okay, can I have the 3-minute proponency opposing speech?
The positive.
Does it say positive on there?
Yes, it does.
That's wrong.
Affirmative.
Oh, I didn't read it actually.
Okay,
Oh, now you're lying? Bye.
There's been a lot of questions about what exactly the resolution said, and I think the important part to read here is the solution may be to force all M-rated games to carry ESRB rating labels and completely prohibit minors from purchasing these games. In addition, any violators would face a steep fine. So basically, what we're proposing on the proponency is not to say that you game makers can't put this violence in your games. What we're proposing people over. The problem is it reduces empathy. When you're seeing these images over and over again, when you so happen to see it in real life, you're not as bothered by it. People like Hitler and the man who shot all those children in New Haven, they weren't crazy. You're like, oh my God, they're just crazy people. They were just like you and me, except they didn't have empathy, meaning they did not feel guilt. That was their only difference. Otherwise, they're intelligent people. They didn't see spirits. They didn't hear voices talking to them. They didn't have empathy, and seeing certain.
Yeah, man, like the government.
Okay, cool. Everyone bring me your best speaker ballots.
Chill, bro.
Alright, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Taylor, and I'm from Palisades, filling in for Joe Rosenthal, our future LCG. Today I'm going. Oh yeah. Okay. So today.
FCC violation.
FCC violation. Those are serious offenses.
Serious threat. Okay.
Guys.
So today I'm going to be looking at plagiarism through the view of the definition provided by the Guardian. The word plagiarism derives from the Latin roots plagiaris, an abductor, and plagiare, I think, to steal. So roughly speaking, plagiarism is presentation of others' work as your own. And academia expects us to treat plagiarism as one of the most reprehensible offenses. Let's see, in 2008, Times recorded 9,229 cases of plagiarism at UK institutions of higher learning. Only 146 of them, actually. And then let's see, plagiarism and cheating are often viewed as similar crimes because both of them confer benefits upon the perpetrator, and this is actually the reason why schools put such high punishments upon the people who plagiarize. But politicians, for some reason, are not held to the same standard, even though they are adults and their entire career hinges on the work of others. These politicians are committing a crime against the intellectual property of others, just like any student who uses an essay writing service, copies homework, or uses unauthorized aids on a test. It is essential for politicians to show who helped them in the composition of their speech, because these members make up their governing team. And our country is led by a team. And during elections, we are choosing our leader, and we are also choosing our leader's team, because they run the country along with him. And the composition of this team is an important piece of knowledge that should be commonplace for all voters. Additionally, speechwriters operate in an environment of capitalism, so they are motivated by salary and prestige. So this means that the richer, but not necessarily better opponent, has an unfair advantage that often results in a ruling class composed of only the elite. In addition, a lack of credit for speechwriters and like the non-disclosure agreements that often limits like how they can talk about their work on a specific campaign means that they may be restricted for their future employment because their track record is not known. And this anonymity also leaves them vulnerable because in essence their work isn't known and they become at-will employees. Finally, speechwriters create a campaign that is deceitful to the public because voters expect that their president's statements represent his intellect. Instead, the speaker is being shown the capabilities of White House officials. This is the opposite of the United States' devotion to democracy as individual thinking. Thank you. I yield my time to questions.
How much time does the speaker have left?
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay, could we have, thank you, could we have like 3 timekeepers, so could 2 of you retire?
I'll retire.
Now we don't have any. So you'll be timekeeper, thank you for your service. Okay, questions for the proponents?
Someone's got a question.
Any question?
You said that speechwriters create a deceitful campaign for the candidate. What does that have to do with plagiarism?
Well, plagiarism is representing other ideas as your own, and the very concept of that is deceitful because using others' ideas is plagiarism, and that's deceitful.
One more question.
Okay. Yeah, I think you.
So in the last thought talk, this kind of came up, and Ty over there, right here, brought up this amazing point.
Hi, Ty.
In the same way, editors.
I was gonna say that later though.
Oh shit. Okay, well,
No, I have a legit question. Is it really claiming someone else's work as your own if you admit that it's someone else's work and you pay the speechwriter?
No, but right now there's not an environment of disclosure where at the beginning of each speech it's a thank you for the work of the following people who have been pivotal in my in the speech. That's not really the case.
Since you're aware that speechwriters are going on, would you not say that there has been disclosure that these speeches are from an external source?
It's been acknowledged that they're from an external source, but it's not specific enough. You wouldn't on a research paper. Would you cite it would be like your works cited? Would you just type in huge letters, the internet? No, so you can't just type a speechwriter.
Are you aware that you can find out who wrote each of the president's speeches? Public knowledge.
I am aware of that now.
AmericanPresidency.org.
1 minute, people. One more question.
You can take his time. Nobody's asking.
Absorb it.
Absorb the time.
I just thought you guys had questions. I'll absorb No, I'll absorb the speaker's time. Now we have the 6 minutes.
The people on the internet probably hate you that like.
What's your first name, last name?
My first name, my last name is Jackson. There's 7 letters in Malachi, 3 syllables.
Interesting fun
Okay, our con speaker is
David Gumber from Manhattan High School. Okay, when you create a work or you write a work, you are the owner of that work. Let's say I have an idea, or I create a piece of software. Let's say I write a paper or a speech. I own that, and when I give it to somebody, they are now the owners of that. If I put it on Wikipedia or something, it's licensed under the Creative Commons Attribution License, so they have to attribute it to you. If I sell my work to somebody, they have the right. They are the rightful owners of that work. If I give them the license to use that work, I can charge them whatever I want. If I charge them to own that piece of work, to own the copyright, to own the license, to do whatever they wish with that work, that's theirs. I don't understand why, if you bought a piece of software from somebody else and decided to sell it, just like Microsoft or any company always buys other companies, right? And they use their works and they sell them as their own. They maybe change them up a little bit, maybe don't even change them at all. But they are the rightful owners of those licenses. That is not plagiarism, okay? They own the software or the speech or the, whatever. They own it. They are the owners of the license. They can do whatever they wish with it. Yeah. That's about it. Use my time for questions.
Questions. Oh, he has a question.
Shit. Okay. So you talked a lot about how you would pay for the work and that would make it your property. But wouldn't you think that if we use the example of people our age, students and things like that, if I were to buy an essay from one of my friends, would that not make it plagiarism when I hand it in to my English teacher?
Well, if your friend... Okay, some teachers may have their own policies, but speaking on a moral level, know that it's not plagiarism. Your friend gave you the right to do that. A teacher may not like that. A teacher may say, oh, I wanted you to make your own unique work, not necessarily buy somebody else's. But even if your friend gives that to you for free, he gives you a license or doesn't give you a license at all for his work for free. He says, you can use this, you can use it as you wish. Yes, morally speaking, that's okay for you to use it as you wish.
Don't you agree that since Obama is not claiming that he wrote the speech, that it's very different from buying an essay? Because if you buy an essay, you're saying it's yours, while Obama's not saying his work's his.
Well, look, if the speechwriter sells it to him and says, you have to agree to these agreements, for example, you have to credit me, or you have to say that you bought it from a speechwriter, and Obama does that, that's perfectly fine, that's legal, that's moral. If the speechwriter says, hey, you don't have to credit me, I'm okay with that, you paid a lot of money, this is yours, you can do as you wish with it, then that's okay too.
Is it okay even when the majority of the public thinks that the person wrote the speech and they believe that it is their intellect, not someone else's?
If the credit is assumed.
I think that in terms of intellect, that only reflects how well somebody speaks. Rather, I think that if you ask somebody to write a speech, it's still going to reflect your ideas, your plans, that kind of thing. The only difference will be that it'll sound a little bit smarter. Maybe you're not that good of a speechwriter. Maybe you'd like to buy a speech because you're not that good at writing a speech. It might sound like a 4th grader wrote it, but your ideas are good, your plans are good. So you buy somebody else's work to convey those ideas in an intelligent and well thought out way.
Okay, so I'm a foreigner and I suck at English. So if I'm not that good at writing a paper, why can't I just hire someone else who's better, and I can just tell him my ideas and he'll just write it for me?
That's.
So you think? So so you're saying that's not plagiarism either.
If that person says, hey, it's okay, you can use my work, you don't have to attribute me, here's a license to that work, or here's no license at all, you can do whatever you want, that is moral and that is legal, and that is fine.
Would you say that academics and politics are a different atmosphere?
Yeah.
Could you please refrain your questions to actual questions and not comments in disguise?
Is this not a matter of integrity though? Especially if you're a politician and you're held to a higher standard, wouldn't there be some sort of integrity involved that people would actually expect you to write your own speeches? If not writing your own speeches, at least give the credit where it's necessary.
Like I said, integrity is sort of a relative thing. Some people see some people see the ideas as having to do with integrity. Some people see honesty as having to do with integrity. I mean, it's really a relative thing, and different people have different judgments of what that is.
Yeah. Okay.
In the back.
Question.
Are you aware that politicians with more money may be able to buy a better speech from a better speechwriter, even though giving them an unfair advantage, even though they may not be the best candidate?
Well, they rightfully earn that money, and they are right to do what they wish with that money. Like you can't say that, oh, John is late to work because his parents can't afford as fast of a car as Bob. John has an unfair advantage in the workforce, and then you can't just give Bob a super fast car because of that.
Oh, well, no more.
Motion to extend time by 3
No. Motion is fine.
Yeah.
Now we'll have, thank you. Now we have subsequent speakers for their proponents. He has paper.
Yes, paper.
And him, everybody. Make sure you say the full name.
Oh, name and school, please.
That was me.
Name, Edward Kim, Palisades Short High School.
Draw graph.
Did you get it?
Okay,
We'll get it after. Just go.
Wait, can I get like a couple seconds?
No. Start your time.
Alright, so I'll get into this really quickly. According to an LA Times article from January 2011, it stated that in 1988, Joe Biden, our very own Vice President of the United States, was exposed for plagiarizing material from not someone that he hired, from a British Labour Party leader. And this is the case with many politicians. Obama has been stated, the quote, America is the only country that was founded on an idea. That supposedly comes from, numerous politicians have said that before, but he doesn't cite the source where it needs to be cited. What politicians are doing is they are citing sources when it is convenient to them, when the source is a credible source and only inflates their own political agenda. How is it fair that us junior statesmen are expected to live up to a standard that actual statesmen don't live up to?
Woo!
How is that fair? And just to cite one of my sources, Andrew Friedman actually helped me write part of this speech. So there you go.
Control yourself, people.
And just to give you some statistics, President Obama, in his latest State of the Union address, had more than a dozen people work on his speech. Imagine 12 people, because you have the money to hire 12 people, more than 12 people, just write things for you, come up with different ideas that you say and you portray as what you're coming up with. And some of these workers, or some of these speechwriters were actually paid $170,000, which is actually the maximum a federal employee can be paid. I would also like to add that, back to Joe Biden, he was exposed for plagiarizing work from Robert Kennedy, Hubert Humphrey, and in addition, he flunked a law school course at Syracuse for plagiarizing 5 pages of one article for a term paper. It's stuff like this that really show how morally reprehensible plagiarism is, and I just want to state that how hard is it to cite sources? All you have to do is at the beginning or the end of your speech say that these people, helped me write the speech. How hard is that? That would pretty much absolve all claims of plagiarism, and that is all we're asking for. That is why we're saying that speech writing is a form of plagiarism.
There's no questions. He doesn't have time.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
By 2 minutes, by 1 minute.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
The speaker's time is extended by 1 minute.
Motion to suspend that rule and extend his time by 2 minutes.
Motion denied. Speaker has 1 minute. 1 minute. What you want?
Excuse me, I have a right to speak. This is America. Now,
Oh,
can you
yes,
just
question.
Can you just clarify why you're talking about Joe Biden plagiarizing other politicians when speechwriters don't plagiarize anybody? And like he's not plagiarizing. Why?
Well, I was just making an example of a form of plagiarism, and because we're talking about speech writing, we have politicians involved, and they're the ones who usually give these speeches. That's the extent to which plagiarism is utilized today. But what I'm saying is that speechwriters also do the same thing. They write President Obama's speech, and in his latest State of the Union address, he cited, damn it, I don't have it. It was on the LA Times article, but he cited one of the quotes. However, there were probably a dozen others that he didn't cite because it was politically inconvenient to him.
Margaret Thatcher quote.
Margaret Thatcher quote is that democracy America is the only country that was born on an idea.
Speaker's time is enough.
Thanks.
You're for the con, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd like to start off by just sorry, Andrew, but this resolution is just poorly crafted. It says speechwriters are a form of plagiarism. We're not referring to people who write you an essay in class. Like, this is not what we're talking about. We're writing about speechwriters for politicians, and we're talking about plagiarism. Now, we've heard the definition of plagiarism once or twice, but I'm just going to define plagiarism as passing someone's ideas or words off as your own. Now, most politicians have speechwriters. I don't really know any that don't, and there's nothing wrong with that because it's public knowledge. Now, if the public thinks that Obama and all of these presidents just come up with this on their own, on the spot, and it's just like it comes to them, they're geniuses, then the public's kind of stupid. Sorry. Now, all I had to do on my phone was type in Obama speechwriter. That's a pretty simple Google search. And I found out that Obama's director of speechwriting, who resigned in February of 2013, was John Favreau. And the guy who wrote his speech in Israel and Cairo was named Ben Rhodes. So I can find out all of this stuff about speechwriters if I just look it up. It's not like Obama's saying, oh no, those were genuinely my words, it just came to me. He's not lying about it. This is public knowledge. We have in the resolution, or the description, FDR had Sam Rosenman, JFK had Ted Sorensen. So everyone has these speechwriters, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's what's been happening for years. It's common knowledge. And it's just not the same as buying an essay from someone, because when you turn in the document, you're saying that it's your own work. That's a whole other issue. This is speechwriters for politicians, and it's not plagiarism because it's common knowledge if you investigate the speech at all. With that, I yield my time to questions.
Questions for the speaker? No questions. Absorbing her time. Thank you. For the pro, subsequent for the pro. Okay.
Woo! Neymar!
If you would all turn to here where it says obsessive cheering, reread that section. Right here.
Oh dear.
Right up in here. Read it to yourselves twice.
Ripped out my page.
Wow.
I swear.
Can we start the time?
All right, so how many of you guys have iPhones? So you purchased that, you own that, right? But aren't there limitations as to what you can claim about that? You can't go around telling people, I made this just because I own it. This belongs completely to me. Now, speechwriters, they do provide presidents and other candidates with quality speeches. But the candidates, their main intent isn't to divulge that fact. Sure, you can go and find out about it, but they don't go ahead and divulge every single source they have. They're trying to conceal things passively. And that is a very important fact. it's not necessarily that they're trying to pass it off as their own. They're just trying to pass it off, period. They're not dedicating the actual intellectual property from which it was derived. Now let's think about Charles Manson, for example. He had ideas, right? Great ideas. Let's go kill people. Wonderful. Great. And he was still responsible for the ideas he came up with. The people who perpetrated the crimes that he came up with, they got punished too. But as perpetrators, not as conspirators. The conspirator still got punished. Now what does this mean? This means that for any idea, the source must have some accountability and responsibility, no matter how you sell off the idea or anything like that. It doesn't change. And an attempt to not even divulge the source readily, that is already a motion of intended plagiarism. So that being said, although this might not be plagiarism in the more orthodox sense, it still is a blatant effort to pass off ideas that are not one's own.
Okay, questions? I'm believing so. Any questions? No, I'm absorbing his time.
Woo!
Damn.
Bigger paper.
You talked last time. Right there. Right there. Right there. Oh, hey, Vamonos. Say your school and your name.
Tie. Just the tie.
I'm Tyler Gording from Hamilton High School. I'm going to start off with my speech from a quote. Charlie Parker once said, "You have seen all these notes before, play them." While most of us here are not musicians like myself, he's saying all these notes on the page, they have all existed before you, play them right the first time around, and that recording session went right the first time around. How this relates here is English words have been around now for I don't know how many years, but in America we've been using English for a good 400 years with the first settlers in 1609. First people that came here that actually started to settle. The English language has not changed dramatically. Authors of books use English to make their stories. Other authors for newspaper articles, magazines, etc. They have their editors that will then go in and fix what they have to make it more easy to understand for the general public. Obama has his ideas like authors create their stories for their books. He has his speechwriters create a tool in which the general public can understand what he is thinking by the editors or the speechwriters fixing what Obama or the author has. For other politicians, they do the same thing. The general public cannot see what is in Obama's mind. They have to listen to what he is saying. Another topic, when you write down a speech, how many times do you go and say your speech verbatim for what you have on your paper? I never do. I have to go off of bullets. If I have a speech written down, I can guarantee you I will miss sentences, I will not say what I intend to say, and something will be omitted periodically. So speechwriters, while they're writing concepts or they're writing down ideas for Obama to use or other politicians, the ideas are already in the politician's head. The speechwriters are creating ways for the politicians.
8, 3. Excuse me.
I will fight you for it.
I'm the moderator here. I have this wonderful gavel. That means I get to approve this decision. The caucus is 3 minutes,
2
right?
minutes.
186.
What makes Obama different from me? It's not that he's black. It's not that he has swag. It's that he can hire speech. Okay, we went through this like 10 times. So the difference between speech writing and that we need to consider is that it's not like illegal, but it's morally not okay. And I think we should all consider that. We should all consider that and just think about it. Like, what happens if Abraham Lincoln didn't actually say 7 years ago? What would you say about that? All our history books would have been a lie, but we would never know if he had a speechwriter for that. So that's my speech. Thank you thank you so much for listening to it. And questions, because...
Why is it morally bad?
Thank you.
What?
Why is it morally bad?
It's morally bad because I don't want plagiarism to be considered okay in America. Alright, can I change my motion to chair?
Okay, this chair of
She could.
I'll get you next one.
Wait!
Hans?
Yeah, written notes.
Credits
Always
to
put
Ed
written notes
Kim
over like
and
phone notes.
Nariman for giving me all those ideas.
Okay, so my friends, how many of you came out of the womb knowing math? Awesome, I love that. Okay.
Everyone raise your
How
hand.
Now but honestly, obviously nobody actually did that, although that would be awesome. And this kind of idea of speechwriters being plagiarism it's kind of laughable when you consider that all of our knowledge came from other sources. Whenever I go to write an essay for Miss Capelli, my AP Lang class, he always tells me, cite my source for all the statistics, but I don't remember where I got all of it, because I got it from various sources 3 years ago. I got it from Wikipedia. I got it from my friend who talked about it when he was going into rehab, I can't just cite everything I say, especially this, like even these words that I speak right now have most likely been said already. Every single word we say in some combination or form has been used or said by somebody else. And I can't just cite everything. I can't say, oh, well, you know what, this anti-plagiarism argument was said by Pliny the Elder in 30 BC I don't even know how I would do that. Not only that, but the idea that speechwriters are plagiarism would have to mean that speechwriters don't give up their intellectual property rights, and most of them do. Most of them sign contracts. Contract law is really funny, by the way. I urge you to look into that. That most of them sign contracts that give up their intellectual property rights to their speeches to politicians. Like contract law basically says you can give up your rights to someone if you sign the contract. Like I could trick someone into becoming my slave with a contract, and they would have no legal recourse to go on. That's one of the reasons that Apple and all the major companies have these huge terms and conditions that often take away all of your rights to sue them in any case whatsoever. Anytime you guys download some sort of online thing or buy something from an online company, you're signing away most of your rights, and these rights too are signed away in most cases. So it is only plagiarism if it's actually literally plagiarism, as if in the eyes of the law, this would only be plagiarism if you were literally stealing their idea. But by contract, it's not their idea, it's yours. Thank you.
No time for questions. Do you have a close speaker? Do you have like a long...
I'll do it. Oh wait, no, he can do it. I'll do it.
How much block out?
This block ends at 3. It's 2:30.
Wait, can you give me some?
So we have 22 minutes.
I'm Andrew from University Prep. When we talk about plagiarism and passing along ideas of your own, there's a website called GradeSaver, and people go there, buy essays from people, because you have an idea what you want to write, but you have absolutely no inspiration. So you go there looking for essays that have the same ideas as you. When you think about speechwriters, you have the president who has ideas that he wants to announce to the people. Well, he goes out, hires speechwriters, and they put those ideas on a paper, and he presents those to the rest of America. When you turn in this essay from GradeSaver, you get noticed as it's a plagiarized piece because you're passing along those ideas. Well, yeah, they're your ideas, but it's someone else's work. They put in that work. Whether you cited it or not, you didn't put in all the effort, as same with the president if he did his own speech. So when you connect all this, whether it's an essay or not, you still have this fact that ideas are ideas. And when it comes to the actual work, you're plagiarizing, whether grade saver, speechwriter, or even a book. We connected books with editors. They still have the fact that editors are still in there, no matter how big or small, it's in there. So that's why pros for this, there's no fact that it's plagiarism or not. It is, because no matter how much effort someone puts into the fact that plagiarism is, oh, well, he hired a speechwriter, you can go look for this over here. It's plagiarism. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
I was going to question you, but that was okay.
Team Con.
Hi, I'm Young Choi from Santiago High School, and I'd just like to say that, while the previous opponents speakers made very wonderful speeches, those speeches were also wonderfully irrelevant. See, the point being that, read the board, resolved speech writers are a form of plagiarism. So let's look at the first word, speech writers. So when the previous opponency speaker mentioned that, Joe Biden is quoting labor leaders in Britain, that's so horrible, a labor leader in Britain is not a speech writer. I don't see, resolve that quoting labor leaders in Britain as a form of plagiarism. Do not see it on the board, therefore it's completely irrelevant to our debate. Moving on, morals. Also, I do not see speechwriters are unethical. Again, no, not relevant to the topic. So let's get to the topic. One, let's look at the word plagiarism. I know we've heard the British definition from The Guardian, but let's look at the Merriam-Webster's definition for a moment here. It says, and I quote, to steal and pass off an idea or work as one's own. Now let's look at the word steal for a moment. Let me define steal for you. To take without right or leave.
Define leave.
Leave, permission.
Define permission.
The act of granting one's will to another. So, let's move on. I could go on forever, children. But the point being, this is not a grammar lesson. Or this is not a vocab lesson. This is not a grammar lesson, or vocab lesson, so let's move on. Sorry, English is my second language, I have issues. Okay, so when we say to steal, it's about right or leave. And when a speechwriter goes up to Obama and says, yo, here's my speech, that is leave. That is me granting someone permission to use that. To say that that is a form of plagiarism would be to say that if I were to quote A City Upon a Hill, if I were to say, give me liberty or give me death, and I don't go, by the way, that's by like Patrick Adams, by the way, so everyone knows, if I don't do that, if I don't go up there and go, a government for the people, by the people, I don't even know where that quote's from, I can't cite it, but yet it's there. And if I don't cite it, that's plagiarism? No, that's not the case. Nowhere in the resolution, again, does it say citation. The point of plagiarism is that if I steal and pass off one's idea as my own, never did I claim that the idea of government for the people, by the people is my own idea, and never did I claim that the speechwriter's speech is my own speech. I came out there without having stolen it, so therefore one of the two key requirements of plagiarism have been violated already, and I gave that speech, but I never claimed that those words were my own words. So therefore, by definition, that is not plagiarism. So if we look at the resolution, I will tell you right now that speechwriting is in no way a form of plagiarism. Thank you. I yield my time to questions.
Hell yeah.
Calm down from that one.
Does passive usage have any implications that the user is attempting to plagiarize? Passive usage without divulging sources.
Oh my God, the president said A City Upon a Hill and he didn't quote the Puritans. Like, call the police. There's plagiarism. I got a lawsuit to build. I mean, that's essentially what you're implying.
Motion to extend speaker's time by a minute and a half. Speaker's time is allowed. Motion, second.
Isn't a whole
Okay.
Second.
Well, let me call it, Lord Jesus. Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. 1 minute. One. Go, continue. You answer.
Oh no, I finished my answer.
I mean, isn't it one thing to have a dictionary definition and a definition that is pretty much accepted by the public? Like, you quote all these dictionary definitions, and that might not be the exact definition that people pretty much can see, but it's one thing to have
Okay, that's like saying if I use the N-word in the middle of my speech and go, oh no, to me it's a derogatory term to Asians, not to black people. No, let's ignore the dictionary. That's what it means to me. Listen, anytime there's a speech failing, I will tell you right now that they are responsible for what they say and not what you hear. So if I am responsible for the word plagiarism, I'm responsible for saying the word plagiarism, not what you hear when I say the word plagiarism.
Laps.
Thank you.
Could we have a subsequent?
Holy sh!
Hello? I'm up here. Could we have a subsequent, please? For the proponency. We have 15 minutes, so
Alright, motion to amend the resolution. To what? Yeah, she can do that.
She's allowed to do that.
Let's talk about
You need to hand it in writing.
That motion is denied.
You need to hand it in writing.
Speechwriters are immoral. No. Motion
Wait,
to
wait,
say
you can't just like take everything that everybody says.
Excuse me.
And change resolution.
Hey.
You can do tag team.
Yeah,
That's true.
I'm gonna go with them too.
Okay.
Just did it.
Triple
What are we talking
People,
about?
maintain some order,
Go
people.
first, we'll add at the end, okay?
This is just getting
Cite each other.
All right. All right. So he just whispered something into my ear. He gave me permission to use it. But wouldn't you guys like to know if I had received that from a different source? What if I had not divulged that to you? But what if all the backroom paperwork had been done? Although that might not match the Merriam-Webster definition or the Guardian definition or I don't know what the hell the dictionary is. Who uses the dictionary nowadays? Plagiarism is the passing off of ideas. I passed off his ideas. I had no intention to quote him, although you could find out, I got it from him. But by me passively not divulging my source, it would be plagiarism. So what did you whisper to me?
What you just said.
Oh, okay. Good shit.
Yeah. Can I speak now?
No
Yeah, you have to
cursing.
cite the date.
Okay. So guys,
Respect the speaker and no cursing.
why do we vote for people? Anybody? I mean, all that we can support our vote with are the parts of their campaign, what they say, what they believe in, what they put on the web, on the internet and stuff like that. But when a campaign becomes hundreds and thousands of people all over the country supporting him, picking slogans and banners, and even now people writing their speeches, I mean, who are we voting for anymore? It just ruins the point of voting entirely, because then you don't know if you're voting for that person or if you're voting for all of their staff members and everyone who's in their cabinet, and if it just becomes hard to judge who you're voting for. I think in that too.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
go.
basically our points are to vote yay on this resolution. Yes on this resolution.
So, how many of you guys have watched Spider-Man before?
Oh my God, yes.
So, you guys remember the
one?
quote, with great power comes great responsibility? Well, what if I told you that was plagiarized? It was stolen from a politician.
Uncle Ben.
That was given by a New York politician in 1923. So it's not cool for someone to passively plagiarize somebody from a politician. So why can politicians do it from speechwriters?
And somebody said that why should we have to go to the same standard? Why don't we have to follow the same, or why don't politicians have to follow the same standard we do? We're kids. We don't have as much responsibilities as the president. I mean, he has shit to do. I mean, give him a break. He doesn't have time to write a 6,000 word speech.
Wait, you just went against your resolution?
I did.
How?
We're not talking about the legality of plagiarism.
Yeah. Oh shit! I want to.
We're not talking about the legality of plagiarism. It would just be nice if we could have honest politicians every now and again.
Yeah, our votes are in jeopardy.
Okay.
People. This is America.
Time. Time.
All right,
Thank you, speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Okay, we'll have one more subsequent for the con, and then we'll go to the previous question.
We don't even know which side it is anymore.
Do we have a subsequent for the con?
People who've already spoken, can we all tag team or something?
Yeah, I really don't know.
Oh, damn. Oh.
Why don't you have everybody in the room stand up?
What are we gonna do?
You guys literally need to tag each other.
So please tag you guys. Yeah.
Okay, people. We have to finish this. We almost time. So time, please. Yes.
So, my first word is going to come from my English teachers because they've given me these words and they've given me permission to say this language in front of you all today. Speakers, speech writers, don't want to be the speakers. Many of them are shy, timid people who don't enjoy being in front of other people. On top of that, if you're a speechwriter, you have a great ability to write down the English language, or whichever language you are writing in. Does not mean you want to be in charge of a nation. Your speechwriter for President Obama does not want to be in charge of the nation. He wants to write a speech for President Obama. Your speechwriters are giving their speeches to Obama to use, not for us to say, well, it's actually the speechwriter's words that Obama said. It is Obama who then decides to use those words. You have something to say?
So it would greatly undermine like the president if they get up there and say like, by the way, all of this speech comes from this guy. Like, no, you're the president. You say what you want to say, and just because someone like eloquently worded it together in a speech, they got paid like hundreds, thousands, millions of dollars. They're getting the money. They're getting the credit. If you look them up, if, like the guy I looked up, John, whatever, he had a very nice long Wikipedia page with all of his like credits and all of the great speeches he wrote. So he gets the credit. He's getting a ton of money, and he doesn't have to receive the criticism for the speech that the president might receive later on. So I'd say they have a pretty good job, and it is not plagiarism.
Okay, so the previous speakers mentioned a couple things like, I want to know who I'm voting for, and I want to know who's coming up with these ideas. Again, that has nothing to do with plagiarism. And while I'm sure it's tantalizing to go against the resolution so you can bring out more points, that's not relevant to what we're debating here. Oh wait, sorry, I used the word tantalizing. Shout out to Homer, who wrote the story of Tantalus. That's where the word comes from. So yeah, just so we're all clear on who I'm citing here, you know? I mean, this is the word citing.
Wait, what year?
Oh my god, I don't know. I should not have used that. I'm so
People,
sorry.
we're under time constraints. Control yourselves.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I miscited. But the point being that this is ridiculous, and no, I don't know the etymology of ridiculous, I'm sorry.
Question?
No question.
I will. Do you guys have anything else to say? Or? Yeah. The time for recognizing this is about plagiarism and all that is important to do now, as opposed to any other time. I have nothing to say. I'm sorry.
Motion to declare ridiculousness.
No. In the interest of time, I'm absorbing no time to the chair.
Motion to throw projectiles.
Motion to behave. Thank you,
Motion to
speakers.
previous question.
Second.
Third.
Ayes?
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Ayes have it.
Let's do an vote.
We don't have time.